So first up this morning, it's just a quick scrub session. Everyone gets 3 minutes or so, maybe gets a couple of laps in. Just gives them a chance to check their bike over, make sure that any adjustments that they made overnight are fine, that any servicing that they've done has had the desired effect. It also gives the riders a fresh look at the circuit, a chance to look at any changes that might have occurred from between their last race and their next outing. As well, it gives them a chance to experience the track conditions. And for some riders, you'll notice that they're running out there on brand new tyres. It gives them the opportunity to knock a bit of wear into the tyres and get them ready for their first race. Of course, just like road tyres, your race tyres are always a little bit greasy on the first time you lean them over. So just gentle leaning is the order of the day on the initial lap. So some names to watch out for in this class. Rider bike number 77, Harriet Grace, the fastest woman in motorcycle racing at the moment. Harriet is the only woman, the first woman ever to win a motorcycle race at the famed Wanganui Cemetery Circuit. Absolutely amazing ride in the wet up there over Christmas, Harriet. Congratulations, well done to you and the team. Other names to watch out for, Diego Petrucci. Diego, local Canterbury man, does a lot of rider training for people who want to learn better cornering techniques. Well worth getting in touch with Diego if you want to improve your cornering style for the road or the track. Kane Squire, all the way from Nelson. Kane's riding a Yamaha R450. It's an R6 that's had a couple of valves removed and the injector disconnected, essentially turning it into a 450cc triple. Gives you all of the advantages of a late model chassis, good brakes, good forks and rear suspension. Slight disadvantage with excess weight, but certainly the handling makes up for that. Or at least it did until the Aprilia RS660 came along, because that was a full power 660cc V-twin with more power than the 450s, the modified R6s, and equivalent or better handling, some may say. So that bike certainly was a game changer for the class. It culled off a lot of the SV650s until they decided that they would run it into two split classes, pre-2019 and post-2019. So you can elect which class you want to run in based on your motorcycle's age. It means that the SV650s still remain competitive. It still keeps the bikes out on the circuit, gives them an opportunity to win a series, win a cup, win a trophy. It also means that we can encourage the latest model bikes into the class, allowing the bikes to be updated as the older machinery falls away. It's a good approach by MNZ. There's currently a push for more parity in the Formula 3 class to allow for some of the newer bikes. The Ninja 400 is a classic example. Aprilia also, CF Moto, also have bikes that with some parity adjustments may well fit into the Formula 3 class. Of course, that's still under discussion and negotiation, and I will say that the negotiation and discussion is quite fierce in both directions. Good to see Motorcycling Canterbury Incorporated supporting the officials for this weekend. It's always important to remember that the officials are here for your benefit. They're here to make racing safe and fair. Please respect the officials. If you have any complaints about the decision-making process or the way things were handled, there is a process in place. Please talk to the race steward. So everyone's starting to put in some faster laps now. I said the lap time's dropping away. Everyone posting green numbers on their boards. That is the end of this session. So as I say, they're only 3 or 4 minute sessions, just enough time to get a couple of laps in. get the engine oil circulating, get the bikes up to temperature, make sure the brakes and suspension are working, the tyres are set, and everything is how you want it to be for the day. Remembering this is only a scrub session, there is no points for setting your fastest lap time in this session. So Formula 3 Pro Twin, Super Twin and Super Motard, proudly sponsored and supported by Casbolt's Motorcycles. Casbolt's Motorcycles, the home of Ducati and Honda here in Christchurch. Whether you live for track days or weekend rides, Casbolt's have you covered. So a name to watch out for in the Formula 3 is Luke Ryder, current number 1 from Hokitika, riding his Aprilia RS660. Also Dennis Charlotte, local Christchurch man, on the Yamaha R7 bike number 15. So while there's a quick lull in the traffic, please grab out your smartphone and jump on your social media, your Twitter, your Facebook, your Snapchat. Put up a post about what's happening out here at Ruapuna today. Don't forget to mention that we have free entry, free pit entry, live commentary all day. Come and meet Cormac Buchanan, future MotoGP superstar. To be fair, already a MotoGP superstar. Buy a raffle ticket for the Cormac Buchanan R6. 1,500 tickets nationwide, that's all there is. $100 a ticket gives you the opportunity to win Cormac Buchanan's $40,000 Yamaha R6 fully prepared, fully race-ready motorcycle. Fantastic opportunity. What racer wouldn't want the opportunity to own that bike? So out now we have Formula 1 and Formula 2. So Formula 1 and Formula 2. Formula 1 sponsored by Race Supplies. That is www.racesupplies.co.nz for all your racing parts and needs. Capit tyre warmers, aero exhausts, the list is extensive. Check out racesupplies.co.nz. Formula 2 supported by PS Motorcycles. Go and see Rachel and the team at PS Motorcycles. If you want to talk about tyres, go talk to Jacob in the parts department. Jacob has extensive knowledge on motorcycle tyres, both road, off-road, adventure, track and racing. Pop in and see Trevor in the workshop. Trevor's the workshop manager at PS Motorcycles. They do fantastic work there. So riders to watch out for in this class. Of course, bike number 14, Cormac Buchanan on the Formula 2 bike. Bike number 16, Dan Jenkins, also pushed Cormac very, very hard over the course of yesterday. So Dan Jenkins, bike number 16 on the Triumph 675. In Formula 1, we'll be looking out for bike number 43, Alistair Hugenbosom. Also, bike number 17, Dale Finch. Both riders on Yamaha R1, so very, very similar machinery. And don't forget, at this meeting we have a choice of tyres. You can run whatever brand of tyre you like to on this event, be it Dunlop, Michelin, Metzeler, Bridgestone or Pirelli. Aaron Scott, bike number 86, local Canterbury man. Always rides extremely well on his Aprilia RSV4. It's a beautiful looking bike, turquoise and silver. It's always immaculately presented. Michael Lee, bike number 33, Kawasaki ZX6RR. Michael's been a campaigner for many a year. Travels to the Isle of Man regularly. Warren Hudson, bike number 8. Warren's on an older model R1. Still campaigns it very, very well. With Seth Devereaux, bike number 11. Seth hails from, I believe it's Cromwell these days. And there we go, if we look at the lap times those people are posting. Bike number 17, Dale Finch, a 1:34.050. Cormac Buchanan, a 1:34.583. So half a second difference there. But I did note yesterday that Cormac Buchanan said after race 2 that he had found something extra and he had some more speed to give. So given that he won both races yesterday in his class, it'll be interesting to see how much more speed he does have to give. Dan Jenkins, 1:37.329. Aaron Scott, a 1:35.757. That's a good time from Aaron. Alistair Hugenbosen, a 1:35.454. And that is the end of this session. Formula One, sponsored by Race Supplies, www.racesupplies.co.nz. And Formula 2, sponsored by Pierce Motorcycles. Pop in and see Rachel, Trevor and the team at Pierce Motorcycles in their new showroom at 148 Carlisle Street, Sydney. So fastest lap of the session goes to Dale Finch on his Yamaha R1 with a 1:33.109. That is really pushing the pace for first session out in the morning. Cormac Buchanan next fastest on his Yamaha R6. $100 tickets nationwide, only $100 a ticket for your chance to win Cormac Buchanan's race bike. Imagine popping out at your local club day with that. What an opportunity. Jacob Pearce out there having a good run, 1:41.055. Jacob hasn't ridden in nearly a year, so good to see Jacob back out there having a bit of a lunge around. I'm sure his pace will improve as the day goes on. So next up we have 250 production. 250 production, supported by Traction Motorcycles. Pop into Traction and check out their smoking hot deals on KTMs. And don't forget that they're also the Kawasaki agent for Christchurch City. 100 Gasson Street, Sydenham. Traction.co.nz for all of your Kawasaki and KTM needs. Pop in and see Carl and Rob and the team at Traction Motorcycles. So yesterday in the 250 class there was absolutely fantastic racing between Jack Cotton, bike number 48, and Eli Leonard. Absolutely brilliant racing. Went to the wire in every single race, every single session. No quarter asked or given. Jack Clapham also rode very well. Bike number 49 yesterday. And a huge shout out to Ryder Chamberlain, who yesterday achieved his personal best around Ruapuna. In fact, his personal best by more than 2 seconds a lap. That is an amazing effort from the young man, and well done to him. Ryder Chamberlain. Keep an eye out for bike number 52. As everyone rolls around, just getting their bikes sorted, making sure that everything that they've asked for to be changed has been changed, and the changes that they've asked for is making the desired effect. Always good to see new riders coming into the class as well. So to mention a new rider in the class, Rochelle Rafferty, more commonly known as Tweety. She is riding the yellow Ninja 250, bike number 171. And rumour has it that her and her partner Mark Woodward, who is also racing out here, and his nickname is Woody, climb mountains for fun. And I'm not just talking little mountains, I'm talking Mount Everest. Amazing people. If you get the opportunity to go have a chat about something other than motorcycle racing this weekend, I would recommend you seek out Rochelle Rafferty and Mark Woodward, Tweety and Woody, for a bit of a chat about extreme sports. And I am talking extreme. So also in this class we have Supersport 150 out there getting their practice session done. Because the sessions are only three or four laps long, 2 or 3 laps long depending on the class, it's okay to mix the classes up. We end up with everyone getting a bit of a run and getting through the warm-up program much faster, gives us much more time for racing. Bike number 38, Deegan Nolan. "14 years old, riding a Yamaha R15, supported by TR20. Deegan hails from Hokitika, and he's asked me to say hi to his mum, Sophie Ryder. There you go, Sophie. So his race sponsors are TR20 and Ryder Racing, Express, Dentures Plus, ASP and Birch Ave Radiators. And his major riding achievement is a top 5 overall in NZSBK. That is Deegan Nolan. Jack Clapham, age 16. He's riding a green and black R15, bike number 49. And he's from Christchurch. And his team sponsor is Elite Drive Performance. And he's been racing for 9 months. And he got into racing because he saw Diego Petrucci on Facebook and decided he wanted to have a crack of it. And Diego's been coaching him ever since. So congratulations, Diego. Well done for bringing another junior into the race class. Great work. The time's starting to come back in now. Eli Leonard running around in a 157.762. Harrison Shanks second fastest, a 158.288. That's an improvement from yesterday from Harrison. He seems to be getting to grips with that bike after some suspension changes over the last wee while. Jack Cotton a good run at a 159.192. Carl Waho a 202.43. Samuel Fraser a 207. Tweedy, bike number 171, the yellow one, 208.086. Hunter Charlotte a 208.651. Ryder Chamberlain, 208.835. Jack Clapham, 209.218. Now I would suggest that Hunter Charlotte, Ryder Chamberlain and Jack Clapham and Deegan Nolan are all out there on 150s. Bike number 74, Woody. The mountain climber. Rumour has it that he has scaled Mount Everest. I'll be catching up with him at some stage today to confirm the rumour. My goodness, what a feat of endurance and athleticism that would be. Kira Cuss, bike number 62, a 214, and Noah Gorey, a 217.775. Don't forget to get on your social media and chuck a post out saying what great fun it is here with the free entry to the racetrack, free entry to the pits, live commentary, great spectator viewing, excellent coffee from the coffee guys in the pits, food and beverages in the Chris Amon club rooms, clean flush toilets with toilet paper. No portaloos required. Grandstand seating at the Denny home. The best viewing in the house from Link Kink Corner. Free entry to the pits. Come and meet Cormac Buchanan, MotoGP superstar. Buy a ticket in his raffle. The raffle is to support Southland riders in their endeavours. Very worthwhile cause. The prize, a $40,000 Cormac Buchanan prepared Yamaha R6. Absolutely magic bike. Only 1,500 tickets nationwide. Don't miss your opportunity to bag Cormac Buchanan's bike. So up next, it looks like buckets. So buckets presented by Buckets presented by Precision Waterjet Limited in Islington. CNC profile cutting. They can cut steel, alloy, wood, stone, tiles, rubbers and plastics. If you want it CNC profile cut, go see Precision Waterjet in Islington. Buckets is an interesting class. 150cc 4-stroke commuter bikes, 100cc 2-strokes. Back in the day, things like Honda SL125s from 1974 were the go. Yamaha AG 100s. Get rid of the 19-inch front wheel, lace up a 17-inch front rim on it, and you were away. Oh, and look at that. The buckets are using the B-track. Interesting. So the buckets look to be using the B-track, so that will be in preparation for the Bucket Grand Prix later on this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So some riders electing to practice on the big track, others electing to practice on the B-track. Now the B-track is just the shortened section down the southwest end of the circuit. The original configuration of Ruapuna was a very small circuit. It turned left at just after the start-finish line, essentially turning into what we now see as the Southern Salvage S's. It was a very, very small circuit. They then extended it down a bit further. They then added the Southern Loop, which is the B-track, which is essentially turn 2 through to turn 8. There's a little crossover point at the end of the track where they can come out of the turn we call Nana's, turn 8, and join back up with turn 2. Great fun little circuit. They don't use it very much due to the noise restrictions. Some of the issue is around Ruapuna's noise levels. We're required to stay below specific noise levels for specific amounts of the time during the day, and having them circulating around the B-track, certainly the big bikes, the noise level's too high for that zone. Good to see the bucks. And the B-track can run as well, so they can be run simultaneously. So 3 different configurations available for Ruapuna, depending on the needs. In the bucket class, names to watch out for, of course, Dennis Charlotte, bike number 15. Multiple New Zealand champion. Rides buckets to improve his precision. Dan Jenkins, bike number 16, also from Christchurch. Again, another top level competitor, riding buckets to improve his precision. You can make up for a lot of mistakes on a big bike with horsepower. You can't do that on a little bike. You have to rely on your corner speed and your precision. And that's where some of these top riders use the buckets, is to assist in their cornering. So it sounds like after this session we're into the racing proper. I will admit it will be difficult to commentate the Bucket Grand Prix from up here. So Motorcycle in Canterbury would like to acknowledge the following sponsors and supporters of this weekend. Firstly, thank you to CMG Motorcycles, the naming rights sponsor for the New Zealand Grand Prix weekend. Casbolt's Motorcycles for all things Honda and Ducati. Traction Motorcycles for your KTM and Kawasaki needs. Big thank you to Ruapuna Motorsport Rescue for their support and their attendance, also for their sponsorship of the 300cc class. Race Supplies, www.racesupplies.co.nz. Pierce Motorcycles for your Yamaha and Royal Enfield needs. KO New Zealand for supporting the 150 Supersport. Precision Waterjet. A big shout out to Rosie from Motorsport Rescue. Motorsport Rescue supporting 300 Supersport this weekend. Thank you to Rosie and the team from Motorsport Rescue. Up next we have race for Formula 3 Pro Twin Super Twins Super Motard. Sponsored by Casbolt's Motorcycles. Casbolt's Motorcycles, your home of Honda and Ducati. Explore their huge range of Ducati and Honda motorcycles. Suit up with their top brand riding gear. And check out their workshop pros for performance tuning, servicing and careful, tender loving care for your motorcycle. Excited to be sponsor of the Formula 3 class at the New Zealand Grand Prix, supporting the next generation of racing talent. Casbolt's Motorcycles. Supporters of Formula 3 Pro Twin, Super Twin and Super Motard. So a couple of names to watch out for in this class. Bike number 1, Luke Ryder. Luke was certainly setting the pace yesterday. Riding exceptionally well on his Aprilia RS 660. And look at that. Carlin Self back up to the front again on that beautiful Honda R3 Omaru Honda prepared motorcycle in the red and white. Carlin Self, well done for being out first. Huge variety of bikes in this class. I see looks to be a 1993 ZXR 400. That'll be a 450cc machine. All those ZXR 400s got bought out back in the day. I see Yamaha R6s that have had some valves removed and the fuel injection disconnected on one cylinder, turning them into a 450cc. See 650cc carbureted V-twins and 660cc fuel-injected V-twins. There's a super motard out there, a single-cylinder chook chaser style. Don't be fooled by the style of the bike. That bike will be very, very fast. So a great mix of bikes in this class. Look out for bike number 1, Luke Ryder. Johnny Lewis, bike number 3. That's a name I haven't called out in the last year or so. Johnny injured himself very badly in Australia riding a dirt bike, broke his pelvis. So Johnny's just easing himself back into racing this weekend, and it's great to have him back. Welcome back, Johnny Lewis, bike number 3 on the Aprilia RS660. Bike number 15, Dennis Charlotte. Always well worth a watch on the Yamaha R7. Will Furness from Nelson Motorcycles out there as well. And here we have a couple of late runners up to the pit lane. Unfortunately, they will not be allowed to start from the grid. They will have to join up on the pit from the pit lane and start from there. They've left their run too late. So let this be a warning to everyone that the pit lane limit will be enforced. If you are late, you will not be allowed out. So here we have 3 riders starting from the pit lane because they did not form up in the dummy grid zone and missed the pit window opportunity. The pit window opportunity will be strictly enforced today as we are running to a time limit. So please make sure you form up promptly when you are called. Carl and Self from Oamaru Honda is a specific example of the type of behaviour we would want to see from all of the riders. Carl and Self, Oamaru Honda, always first to the grid. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out for Luke Ryder, bike number 1, and bike number 43 should be Kane Squire. That looked like a good start from Dennis Charlotte, bike number 15. And there go the 3 grid starters entering the track now. Huge penalty to be starting from the pit lane, so please ensure you are out in time. And look at that, Luke Ryder off to a blistering start. Looks to be perhaps Dennis Charlotte in second place. Maybe Kane Squire in third. It's a little hard to tell until they start coming around. We've got Chris Huddlestone trying to make a move as they come through the Nana's corner. It's a difficult place to make a move. He's pulled up on Dennis Charlotte. He can't get the move done. So as they come round into CMG Motorcycles Indian Corner, we'll get to see who is heading the field as they come down the straight. And it is Luke Ryder by a considerable margin after the first lap. Luke Ryder with a 1.6 second gap ahead of Dennis Charlotte, Kane Squire, Chris Huddlestone, Ben Rosendahl, Johnny Lewis, Will Furness, Robbs Edwards, Harrison Shanks and Samuel Eagle rounds out the top 10. And what a race from Luke Ryder out to the start. But great run from Dennis Charlotte. Dennis will be doing everything he can to catch Luke. I've got to say that probably the performance edge goes to Luke Ryder on the Aprilia 660 in terms of power, but Dennis certainly will not let Luke get away. He'll be charging with everything he can to try and catch up with him. And he's actually pulling that gap back a little bit now. It was 1.6 as they crossed the line. I'm going to go to a 1.4 second gap now. Kane Squire, excellent ride into third place. He's running around at a 1:45 on his opening lap. Chris Huddlestone riding brilliantly. He's moved up a couple of places, bike number 68. Chris Huddlestone, local Canterbury man, riding a Yamaha 450, an R6 that's been converted. And, oh, he's having a look and he's got the job done, goes Kane Squire, and they're both mobbed Dennis Charlotte through there. Excellent riding there from Chris Huddlestone to force his way through on Dennis Charlotte. That is not an easy move to make through there, I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen. That double left takes some dedication and some commitment. So here we go. As they come down the main straight, it's Luke Ryder. Ahead of Chris Huddlestone, Kane Squire, Dennis Charlotte. Johnny Lewis in fifth place. An excellent ride from Johnny Lewis, making his comeback after breaking his pelvis on a dirt bike in Australia last year. Absolutely horrific injury. So Chris Huddlestone up into second place, trying to chase down Luke Ryder. Dennis Charlotte forced back to third place. And Dennis will have a race on his hands, I can assure you, because the guys behind him will not be wanting to let him get away. Great move from Chris Huddlestone, though, as they came through the second part of the double left into the dipper to force his way underneath. And Kane Squire having an absolutely brilliant ride as well today. Oh, and a wee puff as someone runs a little bit wide there on the exit of the dipper. It's quite easy to run a little bit wide there. As you're cresting the hill, you can get a wee bit of a slide. So here we go, and it looks like they're catching Luke Ryder. Chris Huddlestone is definitely catching Luke Ryder. That time's come down. It's come down quite a long way. So a great battle for third, fourth and fifth as well between Dennis Charlotte, Kane Squire and Johnny Lewis. All of those guys running in the 39s. Same with Ben Rosendahl, also in the 39s. Luke Ryder, he's actually running a second a lap slower than the rest of the field, and the field is definitely closing on him. Chris Huddlestone's going to have a lunge as we come down to the Denny Holm Euromark Motorcycles corner, the hairpin. Chris Huddlestone is now right on the back of Luke Ryder, and we now have a race in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Huddlestone very, very familiar with this circuit. Luke Ryder probably on the bike with the better power handling combination, but Chris Huddlestone will definitely have some local knowledge around here. Dennis Charlotte struggling to keep up with the two leaders, and Kane Squire having a very, very good run in third position. Johnny Lewis holding fifth on bike number 45. So Luke Ryder, as they come in through the right-hander into the double left into Southern Salvage S's, now has Chris Huddlestone within 2 bike lengths of him. Kane Squire in third and Dennis Charlotte in fourth. Kane Squire just touches the dirt and Dennis Charlotte rolls around the outside on him, rolls over the top of him. And that's always a mistake when you run out onto the dirt. You get a bit of a wheel spin and that slows your drive, allows the other rider to come across the top. But what a race we have in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. We have Luke Ryder ahead of Chris Huddlestone, and Chris Huddlestone just sets the fastest lap of the race. Absolutely brilliant riding from Dennis Charlotte to pop back into third place. Kane Squire in fourth as they cross the line. So Chris Huddlestone, fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.252. And as they come down to the hairpin, Chris Huddlestone in second place, again right onto the back of Luke Ryder. Luke will get the throttle open a wee bit earlier, it'll concertina out again. Kane Squire holding third place and brilliant riding, forces Dennis Charlotte back to fifth. It's an unusual position for Dennis Charlotte to be in. So that would be Johnny Lewis in fourth place. A brilliant ride from Johnny Lewis on his comeback after a massive injury. But at the front we have Luke Ryder with a 0.3 of a second gap ahead of Chris Huddlestone, bike number 68 from Kane Squire, bike number 43. And Chris is going to have a look as they come up through the right-hander, seeing if he can get a run into that double left. He's not close enough to do it here. He's just got to keep an eye on it and make sure he's following, closing every lap. And we have a back marker. We're coming up on a back marker, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like they might catch him on the straight, so I doubt that it's going to be a problem for any of the riders. But look at Dennis Charlotte just trying everything he can, not able to make the moves. So as they come down the straight, it's Luke Ryder, but there is nothing in it now. Chris Huddlestone, 0.2 of a second behind him, with Kane Squire, bike number 43, in third position. Johnny Lewis in fourth and Dennis Charlotte in fifth. Quite an unusual place to be, Dennis Charlotte in fifth position, not somewhere he would be familiar with running. Luke Ryder. Oh, Johnny Lewis now the fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.192. Go, Johnny. In fact, fastest lap for Luke Ryder as well, 1:39.2. Everyone putting in their fastest laps. The pace is heating up, ladies and gentlemen, as the temperature rises on the track and the blood pressure rises in the riders. Chris Huddlestone is having a look. He's having a look. Is he close enough to get it up the inside on the right-hander? I don't think he is. It would be a massive lunge from there. That drive of the Aprilia 660 off the hairpin, it just pulls a couple of bike lengths as they come out of there. Great ride from Johnny Lewis to be chasing down third position, which is Kane Squire, all the way from Nelson. But the race for the front, Luke Ryder and Chris Huddlestone giving everything they can. Johnny Lewis having a big look at Kane Squire. Chris has closed up onto Luke Ryder. He's not close enough there, but we're coming into the traffic, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the traffic that may make all of the difference because we're not on the white flag lap yet. We've still got plenty of racing left in us. So Kane Squire doing a good job to hold down third position from Johnny Lewis, and I know Johnny will be trying very, very hard. He'd love a podium on his comeback. But here they come. Look at Chris Huddlestone making the wide run around the outside. He's looking for the draft. He's not close enough to get into the draft yet, but there's not much in it. 0.4 of a second. Luke Ryder to Chris Huddlestone. It is all on for young and old at the front. Luke Ryder just holding out Chris Huddlestone, and Kane Squire having a good run in third place, holding off Johnny Lewis. And look at them as they side their way through the traffic. As they run round the outside of the riders, the lappers into pothole, one either side, left and right they go. And look at the braking jewels as they come through here on the back markers, and everyone's through cleanly. The back markers leave plenty of room. Oh, Johnny Lewis, look at that. Johnny Lewis making the most of the traffic, and he's managed to pull his way up to second place. Absolutely good move from Johnny Lewis there as they work their way through the traffic. And that move was done over at Link Kink through the traffic. Brilliant move. So Luke Ryder in first position now has an equivalent bike in Johnny Lewis on the Aprilia R660, chasing him down. So it's Luke Ryder, Aprilia RS660 from Johnny Lewis, Aprilia RS660 from Chris Huddlestone. Actually, it looks like Chris has been forced back to fifth. There's been a real big shake-up with the leaders through those back markers, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Chris Huddlestone lost a huge amount of time. Look at the run he's trying to get round the outside to make up some of that time. And it is Luke Ryder from Johnny Lewis, from Kane Squire, Dennis Charlotte and Chris Huddlestone. Chris makes the pass on the line. That 450 has a good amount of power. But Dennis Charlotte just slips in behind him. Look for Dennis to see if he can make a move somewhere on that circuit, drag himself back up into the pace. But at the front we have Luke Ryder by 0.8 of a second from Johnny Lewis, with 0.7 of a second gap back to Kane Squire from Nelson. It looks like the back markers have settled out this race a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, but I would expect that we will have Johnny Lewis doing everything he can, because we are on the white flag lap, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final lap. Luke Ryder leading by 0.7 of a second from Johnny Lewis, with 0.6 of a second back to Kane Squire. Then back to Chris Huddlestone, local Canterbury man, followed by Dennis Charlotte from Moto Mechanics here in Christchurch. So on the final lap here, we go up to the right-hander into the Southern Salvage S's. It is Luke Ryder by a couple of bike lengths, but look at Johnny Lewis. He's having a look. He's having a look. Is he going to get it done anywhere on the circuit? He's got 2 manoeuvres left to go. One into the dipper here. He's having a look. He's not going to get it done there. Is he going to get a good run? Is he going to get a clean exit? Are the back markers going to come into play around the sweeper? Johnny Lewis looking for the wide line. Is he going to go round? He's going to go under. The back marker closes the door on him, and that is Johnny's race run. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen, it was still a fantastic race. Luke Ryder will take the win, and deservedly so. From second place, Johnny Lewis. What a fantastic ride on his comeback, Johnny Lewis. Kane Squire in third position from Nelson. Chris Huddlestone fourth, a brilliant ride from Chris, running in second and third most of the race. Just forced back a couple of positions due to the back markers. But never mind, that's racing, ladies and gentlemen. Without the back markers, we wouldn't have the front runners. So fastest lap of the race was set by Chris Huddlestone on the final lap of 1:38.313. Absolutely brilliant riding there, Chris. Great ride of Kane Squire in second place. Kane Squire in third place. Johnny Lewis in second. Absolutely brilliant riding from Johnny Lewis on his comeback ride. So congratulations, Johnny Lewis from Lewis Builders. But ride of the day so far, Luke Ryder on the Aprilia RS660, taking out the first race of today with best lap time of 1:39.361. So up next we have the 250 production supported by Traction Motorcycles. Traction, your home of KTM and Kawasaki. Traction Motorcycles, 100 Gasson Street, Sydenham, Christchurch. So we had some fantastic racing in this class yesterday by Jack Cotton and Eli Leonard, bike number 11 and bike number 38. Watch for that to continue along for today. Bike number 25, Harrison Shanks, also had a good run yesterday. Look out for bike number 171, Tweety, Rochelle Rafferty. Yellow bike. So Rochelle's kind of new to racing. Good to see her out and running in the New Zealand Grand Prix events. Carl Waho, bike number 76. Carl also riding in the Formula 1 class on his GSX-R 600 this weekend. So doing double duties. Good on you, Carl. Harrison Shanks, bike number 25. Harrison had been battling some suspension issues over the previous 12 months, but he seems to have got his head around that now. And a couple of tweaks from the guys at Moto Mechanics. Bit of a service on his Olin's rear shock, and he is away. So good to see Harrison getting to grips with that bike and the suspension setup now. Angela Charlotte from Christchurch. Angela formerly had the reputation as the fastest woman in road racing, but that has recently been passed along to Harriet Grace. Of course, always great to see Angela out. She does a great job for the club, a great job representing women, and a great job representing motorcycle racing in general. Always great to have the Charlotte family along to all of the racing events. So as we line up, it is Jack Cotton in pole position, Eli Leonard in P2, Harrison Shanks in P3, Samuel Fraser in P4, Angela Charlotte P5, Rochelle Rafferty, Tweety, bike number 171, the yellow bike. Bike number 62, Kira Cust. And we're ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, and the lights go out, and it's a great start from Jack Cotton. Eli Leonard a wee bit lazy off the mark, and Jack Cotton's going to get an easy break as they run in. But it looks like Eli's got a better drive off the start line, despite the fact he was a bit lazy letting the clutch out. And Harrison Shanks having a look around the outside as well. So as they run into the first turn, first time down into the braking zone, that looks like Harrison Shanks out in front. Oh no, Eli Leonard in front, followed by Jack Cotton and Harrison Shanks. Good riding as they sweep around the left-hander into Nana's corner, with Eli Leonard leading the way. He's got a nice tidy line, runs it nice and wide out to the outside edge, sets him up really well for the right hand into the Parks towing S's. Beautiful section of the track, the Parks towing S's is really flowing, but the entry to the left-hander does leave you vulnerable for a pass, as we saw yesterday. Cormac Buchanan making an absolutely magic pass over the top. Most passes in that area are made for a dive through from underneath. So watching Eli Leonard as he sweeps around the track, he's got a good advantage. 8 to 10 bike lengths over Jack Cotton in third place. It's certainly playing into Eli's hands, this race. Of course, Jack's being harassed and monstered by Harrison Shanks, and look at that, Harrison's had the draft as he got the chance to make the move. He does come across the line in second position, and what a good lap time they're setting from the outset. A 1:57.868 from Eli Leonard, a 1:58.7 from Harrison Shanks, and a 1:59.5 from Jack Cotton. Now, Jack Cotton got away off the line really, really well, but just wasn't able to make advantage of that start. And that's forced him back to third place, with Eli Leonard just absolutely pulling bike lengths on everyone else. Harrison Shanks having a good run as they come down through Link Kink. Watch for the braking duel as they come into the braking zone for Euromark Corner. Jack gets it up the inside of Harrison, and there's nothing you can do about it once there's a rider on the inside of you there. They can just hold you out and hold you out. Sometimes it pays to yield on that corner and see if you can get the cutback for the right-hander as they come up to it here. No chance of the cutback there, though, because Jack Cotton's managed to pull a bit of a break, a few bike links on Harrison Shanks as they come out of the hairpin. Harrison Shanks having a wee look underneath Jack Cotton as they come through Nana's. It's a very, very difficult place to make a pass on the entrance into Nana's, and in fact, attempting to do so can cost you a significant amount of time through there, as it puts you on the wrong line for the tightening radius. But as they come through into the dipper, it is Eli Leonard with a comfortable margin of almost a second over Jack Cotton and Harrison Shanks, looking back to fourth place because I don't have the entry number for who's in third. Looking back to fourth place, it is Angela Charlotte, followed by Tweety Rochelle Rafferty, so as they cross the line, it is Eli Leonard setting the fastest lap of the race, a 1:52.789 ahead of Jack Cotton, a 1:54.382. Harrison Shanks, 1:54.438. Angela Charlotte, a 1:59.428. Tweety Rochelle Rafferty, a 2-minute .5. Samuel Fraser, a 2-minute .8. Carl Wahoo, a 2:08. Kira Kuss just going through in a 2:06.5. And here comes Noah Gorry with a 2:15.0. But as we look for the head of the field, we do see Eli Leonard tipping in through the right-hander, in through Fulton Hogan, and coming around the sweeper into Nana's. Eli Leonard leading by 2.7 seconds over Jack Cotton, who's got 0.2 of a second over Harrison Shanks. And that 0.2 of a second looks to have extended itself out just a little bit, with Eli Leonard pulling a big gap ahead of Jack Cotton. Jack doing everything he can to try and catch up, but Eli looks to have this one sewn up, barring a mistake. So the race is really between second and third place, but Jack Cotton seems to have the measure of Harrison Shanks as they come out of the dipper. And as they run around CMG Motorcycles Indian Corner, it is Eli Leonard by 3 seconds or more ahead of Jack Cotton, who's having a great race in second position, with Harrison Shanks pushing him all the way. So the gap has extended to 3.5 seconds and a 0.7 of a second gap from second to third. A very large gap back to fourth place. Now, unfortunately, fourth place doesn't appear to be running a transponder or have their name entered, so I can't call out who they are. Bike number 3, Angela Charlotte, going through in fifth place, showing as fourth on my timing monitor with a 2-minute .857, and Samuel Fraser going through behind her at 2:01. And looking out for bike number 7, Rochelle Rafferty, that bike has gone down coming through Link Kink. Quite a fast place to crash coming through there, so good to see that Rochelle is up and standing on the, leaning against the pit wall on the far side. She looks to be okay. Give us a wave if you're okay over there, Tweety. Yep, looking fine. The bike's not in a dangerous position there, so racing's fine to continue. Of course, if this was a superbike race, that would definitely cause a stoppage with the bike sitting there. So as they come around, it is Eli Leonard leading with a 3.5 second gap ahead of Jack Cotton, with now over a second from Harrison Shanks. I will say this is a great ride from Harrison Shanks. This would be his best finish of the season so far. So good to see Harrison progressing now that he's made some changes to his setup. Always difficult for the youngsters as they're coming through, trying to understand the setups of their bikes. Learning about suspension is a complex process. So again, a rider going through that we have no information for. Perhaps someone could bring me up a rider sheet for that rider. Angela Charlotte running through. Angela doing a great job running around there on a 1:59.5. Samuel Fraser coming through on a 1:59.9. The race does look to have settled out, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Eli Leonard leading from the front with his Ninja 250. Eli's best lap time so far, a 1:52.789, compared to Jack Cotton, a 1:53.5, so 0.7, 0.8 of a second faster on their best lap. Good to see Jack Cotton holding it steady, keeping his third place, running around with good consistent 1:53s, 1:53.5 is his best lap time. His last lap was a 1:53.7, so very consistent. Harrison Shanks also showing good consistency, running around in the low 1:54s. Best time of a 1:54.216. Last lap, a 1:54.640. So consistency is the key, ladies and gentlemen. Making no mistakes, because I can assure you, one mistake will have either Harrison Shanks or Josh Cotton right back onto Eli Leonard. So it is imperative to maintain your focus and your concentration. Just keep ticking off your lap times as best you can. And it looks like we have Wendy ready with the white flag. The white flag is being readied for Eli Leonard as he crosses the line. A fantastic ride by bike number 11, Eli Leonard, in this 250cc class, supported by Traction Motorcycles, the home of KTM and Kawasaki. So Eli Leonard leads by 5.3 seconds ahead of Jack Cotton, who has a 1 second lead from Harrison Shanks. Bike number 86 goes through. Lovely little sounding two-stroke. Beautiful wee bike. Shame we don't have details on the bike or the rider, because it is immaculately presented. Here comes Angela Charlotte, bike number 3. Doing a 2-minute flat. Angela's been very consistent. High 1:59s, low 2 minutes. But as they come around for their final lap, it is Eli Leonard with a 5.3 second lead. Eli can afford to just cruise around, but I bet he doesn't. It's important to maintain your focus, maintain your flow, keep checking your brake markers, keep looking for your turning points. It's imperative not to give up your concentration at this late stage of the race, because it is very easy to do as you start getting tired. And here we go, Eli Leonard, just a few corners to go now. Looking nice and smooth as he comes into the dipper. Roll through the dipper, crest the rise into the left-hander, which leads him into CMG Motorcycles Indian Corner. Followed home by Jack Cotton in second position. An excellent ride by Jack Cotton, and an equally good ride by Harrison Shanks to bring home the podium positions. So here we go as we run down the straight, ladies and gentlemen. It is Eli Leonard taking out the win ahead of Jack Cotton in second position, with Harrison Shanks in third. So a 6.2 second lead from Eli to Jack, and then 0.9 of a second back to Harrison Shanks. Here we have the little Honda NSR 150, bike number 86. Lovely little bike. That rider will be followed home by Angela Charlotte, bike number 3. Followed by 18, Samuel Fraser. Samuel setting his fastest lap on the final lap of the race, a 1:58.482. So Samuel putting his head down and doing his best to catch up with Angela Charlotte. Next we will have Kira Cust. As Kira makes her way across the line with, again, the best lap time of her race, a 2:04.806. Good to see the lap times continuing to improve from these riders. And that was Carl Wahoo going through on a 2:08.969. And we'll have, rounding out the field, Noah Gorry with a excellent ride. And we will need a little break in the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, while we arrange a pickup for the bike that is down over by Link Kink. So please just give us a couple of minutes to get that bike collection done. Big thanks to Rosie and the team from Motorsport Rescue for their efforts in bike collection today. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please go onto your social media, snap out a post about today, about the racing here at Euromark Motorsport Park, Ruapuna Raceway at Hasketts Road, Templeton, Christchurch. Please include the location. Please remember to comment that it is free entry for the day, free entry to the pits, great coffee from the coffee guy, live commentary. Come and meet Cormac Buchanan, MotoGP superstar. Be one of the few opportunities you'll get in New Zealand to see a MotoGP level racer in action. Invite your friends. Free entry, free spectators, free entry to the pits. Great coffee. Food available from the Chris Amon club rooms and the hot dog caravan. Clean toilets with toilet paper. Please make sure to invite your friends. Great viewing spot round by Link Kink. It's my favourite viewing spot on the circuit over there. It's good to see a few spectators coming out today. Of course, we always love our spectators out here. We always make them feel welcome. Free entry to the meeting, free entry to the pits. Big thank you to RJPTV for your live streaming today. And I hope your man with his COVID is better. And here we have the bikes lining up for 250 production. Again, Carlin Self, right to the front, excited and ready to get out racing. Congratulations to the Oamaru Honda team for consistently having Carlin out and ready to ride. Bike number 17, the Hot Wheels bike, looking great there. Love the Hot Wheels colour scheme. Everyone forming up, excited and ready to get out. We've just got a couple of wee minutes break while we load Tweedy's bike onto Motorsport Rescue. And of course, Motorsport Rescue, sponsors of this class, the 300 Supersport. Now, 300 Supersport is a non-GP championship class for this weekend. I believe that the GP championship for this class will be run at the national event. Good to see a couple of team bikes there, bike number 78 and 89 riding together. Lovely team colours in the turquoise and silver. So 300 Super Sport class, everyone rolling out. Don't forget to be on time to the grid. It is no fun making a pit lane start. Please make sure you are out on the grid, ready and in time. And the pit lane is now officially closed. So riders to watch out for in this class. Hunter Charlotte, of course. Hunter Charlotte racing in multiple classes this weekend. Diego Petrucci, another name to look out for. Bike number 77, Harriet Grace. Harriet won her race up at the Cemetery Circuit in Wanganui. First woman to ever win a race at the Cemetery Circuit. So congratulations, Harriet Grace, now officially the fastest woman in New Zealand road racing. Will Furness from Nelson Motorcycles. Of course, I mentioned Carlin Self. Carlin had a great ride yesterday. The bike is a fantastic looking bike and easy to pick out in the red and white from the Oamaru Honda stable. Rain Webster Steele had a good ride yesterday as well. So some new names forcing their way to the front in this class. Mixture of bikes in this class. Yamaha R3s predominantly. The occasional KTM 390 as well. Now the 390cc KTM falls in line with the Yamaha R3, which is 320cc's. You might think that the capacity advantage gives the KTM an outright advantage, but there's very good parity between the two models. So here we go with Hunter Charlotte forming up, rolling into his customary pole position ahead of Lucas Scott in P2. Brendan Booth in P3. And here we go, ready for the start. The lights come on and watch for a great start from Hunter Charlotte this time. Lights are on and we're up and revving. Ready to go, and it's a good fair start from everyone. Harriet Grace gets a good start from the outside of the front row. She moves across and puts the squeeze on the rest of the front row, looking for a good line position. She does manage to tuck in nicely. A good start from Hunter Charlotte though, and it looks like that is Hunter Charlotte to take the lead. Harriet Grace into third. So is that Lucas Scott or Diego Petrucci that snuck into second? I think that might be Diego Petrucci. Got to have a look for the fluoro boots. And is Harriet Grace going to have a move? She's looking for it, but no. On the outside. So no fluoro boots. I'm going to say that's Lucas Scott in second position ahead of Harriet Grace. Now there is a wee passing manoeuvre coming up here. Wee spot if Harriet can get it done. She can't. She backs out of it and has a wee look. Looking for a good run through. So we have Hunter Charlotte with a good break at the start, followed by Lucas Scott, Harriet Grace, Diego Petrucci, Anson Hung, Christopher Reynolds, Rain Webster Steele, and Carlin Self. So we have a rider down coming through Nana's. The bike is out of the way in a safe position and the rider is up and walking and everything is good. The race will continue as we roll around and watch the leaders coming into CMG Motorcycles Indian Corner. It is Hunter Charlotte with a 1 second lead ahead of Lucas Scott from Harriet Grace. No, it's not. Was that Harriet that's gone down? It appears to be Harriet Grace that's gone down in the sweeper, ladies and gentlemen. It is Harriet that's gone down. What a disaster for her. She was riding brilliantly, coming through in third position. Absolute disaster for Harriet. I will say though that she is up and a-okay. Oh, and look at the dicing going on at the front of the field. Was there a mistake from Hunter Charlotte as they came into turn one? No, it's not. I'm looking back a bit further. It was Carlin Self getting carved up. Hunter Charlotte making a good run as they come out of the hairpin. Down into Fulton Hogan and turn 7 into turn 8 Nanas. Hunter Charlotte with a 2-second lead ahead of Lucas Scott and Christopher Reynolds. The gap for second, third and fourth is closed up with Lucas Scott, Christopher Reynolds and Diego Petrucci fighting for that position. Second, third and fourth. Someone is going to miss out on a podium out of that group. But Hunter Charlotte absolutely storming away with this win, which is supported by Motorsport Rescue. And as they tip into the dipper, it is Hunter Charlotte with a good lead ahead of Lucas Scott, Christopher Reynolds and Diego Petrucci, all fighting for that second position. And there's nothing in it between that second position, ladies and gentlemen. 3 bikes, you could throw a blanket over them. And as they run down to the start-finish line, it is Hunter Charlotte with a commanding lead. But look at the dice going on here. It is Christopher Reynolds ahead of Lucas Scott and Diego Petrucci. But that's all going to change as they funnel around the outside, looking for passing and racing room into turn 1. And good dicing back for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th position as well. Good riding between Rain Webster Smith, Brendan Bruce, Carlin South and Anson Hung, all dicing around there together. But as we look to the front of the field, it is Hunter Charlotte with a 3 and a bit second lead over Christopher Reynolds on the lovely little turquoise and silver R3, ahead of Lucas Scott and Diego Petrucci. Diego won't be happy with sitting in 4th position. He'll be trying to find a place to make a move, but with everyone riding so well and the bikes being so similar in performance. Oh, and there is Diego. He has made a move. He got a better run out of the exit of Nanas, and that pops him up into 3rd place. And he's coming for Christopher Reynolds. In the front, though, we have Hunter Charlotte by a good 300 metres. A good 4.5 seconds. Let's see if he's managed to extend the lead on this lap. So Hunter Charlotte ahead of Christopher Reynolds. And as they come down the start-finish line, it is Hunter Charlotte. And there's his coach and father, Dennis, giving him the situation warnings on the pit wall. So Hunter Charlotte ahead of Christopher Reynolds with a 5.5 second gap. Diego Petrucci 0.6 back from Christopher Reynolds and another 0.6 back. Another 0.6 back to Lucas Scott. So at the front, Hunter Charlotte really running away with this one. He can afford just to concentrate now on good lap placement. So Hunter Charlotte, a great lead ahead of Christopher Reynolds and Diego Petrucci and Lucas Scott. Good racing back in the minor placing as well, with Carlin Self popping out in the front of that little battle for 5th through to 8th position. So that would be Carlin Self, Rain, Webster Steele, Anson Hung and Brendan Booth all having a nice little dice there. A great run by Carlin Self to pick up what is currently a 5th position. So good riding there, and lots of battles still going on back in that 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th position. As we watch Carlin Self, Anson Hung and Brendan Booth all dicing for that 5th place. Coming around into the double left. Looks like Carlin has a great run through there, and there's Anson Hung sticking it up the inside of Brendan Booth. Great ride, a couple of these younger riders starting to come to the fore and show their natural talent. But as they cross the line, it is Hunter Charlotte with a 5.6 second lead ahead of Christopher Reynolds. Diego Petrucci puts in his best lap of the race and pulls the gap back to 0.3 of a second for him and Christopher Reynolds. Lucas Scott back a further 2.5 seconds. Then Carlin Self, Anson Hung, Rain Webster Steele, Brendan Booth, Ari Coe, Kieran Kelly, and Phil Burnbridge. There goes David Hogg crossing the line. He'll be followed by Charlie Newham and Finn Hogg. That's Charlie Newham on the Hot Wheels bike. But a great ride from Hunter Charlotte to storm away with this one at the front. No one within shouting distance of him. A great battle though for second and third between Christopher Reynolds and Diego Petrucci, with Lucas Scott falling back into fourth position as second and third pull away, and Diego having another look as they come up the opposite direction of the straight. Can't get it done this time into the right-hander. Is he going to have a look into the left? He's not close enough there. Maybe he'll have a look into the second part of the left-hander. Again, not close enough. Christopher Reynolds has him covered. Hunter Charlotte running away with this one. But with all the dicing back in second and third, they're absolutely letting Hunter get away. The problem is once you get into a dice battle and start defending your position, you lose the grip on the rider in front. So as they come across the start-finish line, it is Hunter Charlotte, followed by Christopher Reynolds and Diego Petrucci. A 6.3 second gap from Hunter Charlotte to Christopher Reynolds, 0.1 of a second back to Diego Petrucci, and then 2.9 back to Lucas Scott. And great dicing back here for fifth place between Rain Webster Steele, Carlin Self and Anson Hung, with Brendan Booth being dropped off the back into the clutches of Ari Coe. There goes Phil Burnbridge across the line as well, along with Kieran Kelly and David Hogg. There goes Charlie Newham on the Hot Wheels bike. Finn Hogg coming across the line now. But as we go back to the head of the field, it is certainly Hunter Charlotte as they tip into Nanas, followed by Christopher Reynolds. Christopher having an absolutely brilliant ride today. This would be his ride of the season. Diego Petrucci having another look, and he's up close enough. As he got up the inside? He hasn't. Christopher Reynolds has got the measure over them as they come into the right-hander. It takes a real brave move and a really good run out of Nanas to get that right-hander move done. In fact, you're better off letting your speed carry through it rather than trying to make the pass there and stuff it up the inside on the entry to the double left. Of course, you've got to watch out for riders like Cormac Buchanan, who'll just fire it across your front wheel if you try that at you. It was great to see Cormac riding that way yesterday, showing the full force of his talent. And there we go, there's Hunter Charlotte crossing the line, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute clear leader in this race, but still can't afford to lose concentration because Christopher Reynolds just clicking away like a metronome. 144, 144, 144, lap after lap. Diego Petrucci also running well in the 144s, but Christopher Reynolds putting in his best lap time of the day, a 144, 191, managing to stretch that gap out a little bit to 0.3 of a second. But as they come through into Link Kink, that gap has closed back down to virtually nothing. Now let's see what Diego can do. He's got a good run coming down into the braking point into the Denny Holm Euromark corner. Not close enough though. Christopher Reynolds riding very, very well, takes a slight defensive line into there, blocks off any opportunity for Diego Petrucci. So again, we're looking for Diego Petrucci and Christopher Reynolds as they're dicing for second and third. That's the exciting point of the race. Oh, and a bit of a mistake there into the hairpin. That would be, I would say that would have been Rain Webster Steele making a mistake there and Carlin Self taking advantage of it. Anson Hung as well taking advantage of that slight mistake. And there's Anson chucking it up the inside as they come through Nana's corner, making the move on Carlin Self. Now can Carlin make the move back as they come up into the right-hander, into the Southern Salvage S's? He does get the move done. Takes that place back. But as we watch for the leaders across the start-finish line onto the final lap goes Hunter Charlotte with a commanding lead 0.68 of a second ahead of Diego Petrucci, who's managed to get ahead of Christopher Reynolds, but Christopher Reynolds maintains the draft, pulls back alongside him and takes P2 back as they come into turn 1, turn 2. Now we are on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and we have a bike down in the right-hander as well. So that's the entrance to Park Towing S's turn 9. There is a bike down there, yellow flag being waved, so there will be no passing into the right-hander. And we have another bike down that looks like Anson Hung. Is that Anson Hung? It is. That's a shame. Anson was having a great ride. Never mind looking for the leaders. Here we go. Here we go. Where are we? Looking for Hunter Charlotte on the exit of Nana's. There he comes. A brilliant ride from Hunter Charlotte, turning into the right-hander where the yellow flags are being waved into Southern Salvage S's. And through the double left-hander into the dipper goes Hunter Charlotte. A brilliant ride. Hunter Charlotte supported by Dennis Charlotte from Moto Mechanics. If you want engine work done or bike work done, pop in and see Dennis and the team at Moto Mechanics. So here we go, white flag is out, checkered flag being readied for Hunter Charlotte, ladies and gentlemen. What a brilliant ride from Hunter Charlotte. Best lap time so far of 1:42.869. A full second ahead of the rest of the field. And Hunter Charlotte sits up and waves, takes the checkered flag, followed home by, who is it? It is Diego Petrucci and Christopher Reynolds. Diego setting his fastest time of the race, a 1:43.859. Christopher Reynolds, the pace starting to show for him on the final lap, 1:46.239. I'd suggest there was a mistake made somewhere in that lap that let Diego get away. Of course, once you lose the toe on one of these little bikes, very, very hard to get back into the draft. Great ride there from Rain Webster Steele to bring home 5th place ahead of Carlin Self. And I've got to say, a fantastic ride from Carlin Self from the Oamaru Honda team. There we go, Aaron Coe and Brendan Booth coming home as well. Brendan leading the way in 7th place ahead of Ari Coe in 8th. Phil Burnage in position number 9. And Kieran Kelly rounding out place 10. David Hogg in 11. It's a bit of a shame Harriet Grace coming to misfortune in the Nana's corner, but she's fine. She's up and back at the bike. I think we might need a little break for some bike recovery. There's a bike down over by the double left entrance to the dipper. Harriet Grace waiting for collection at the Nana's corner as well. And also bike for collection in the right-hander entrance to Southern Salvage S's. So a busy wee run for Rosie from Motorsport Rescue. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we will have the big guns. Race Supplies sponsored www.racesupplies.co.nz for all of your racing needs, be it capot, tyre warmers, aero exhausts, sprockets, brakes, you name it, they've got it. Also supporting Formula 2, we have Pierce Motorcycles, your Yamaha destination store. Also supplying Royal Enfield in Canterbury. Go and see Jacob and the team. Talk to Jacob for all of your tyre needs, whether it's racing, track days, touring, adventure, sports, whatever. Talk to Jacob Pierce at Pierce Motorcycles. So while we've got a break in the traffic, ladies and gentlemen, now is the ideal time to pop down to Cormac Buchanan's tent and pick up a ticket for the Mack Attack 2025 R6, a brand new bike. The same spec as Cormac Buchanan used to win his last New Zealand Superbike Supersport title on. A brand new 2025 R6. 1,200 tickets nationwide, only $100 a ticket. Get in and grab your tickets now. The prize, a 2025 brand new Yamaha YZF R6 professionally race prepared to New Zealand Superstock specifications, valued at $40,000. It's an exclusive Mack Attack replica to the machine on which 6 times New Zealand champion and MotoGP star Cormac Buchanan won the 2024 NZ 600 championship. $100 a ticket, limited to 1,200 tickets. Proceeds go to support Southland's road races as they take on the world. Buy your ticket. Back the future. The draw will take place under police supervision at 12:30 p.m. on the 8th of February 2026 at Teretonga Park Raceway, Sandy Point Road, Otatara, Invercargill. Don't forget to buy your tickets. So we've just got the MTF Motor Trade Finance car rolling around, checking out the track conditions, making sure there's no oil spillages, making sure that there's no debris, making sure that the track is in good condition. If there is any damage or oil down, the riders will be notified. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have the Formula 1 and Formula 2 bikes rolling out as the track is now open. Riders, Formula 1, Formula 2, please make your way out. Do not be caught late. Do not make the start from the dummy grid. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Formula 1, supported by Race Supplies, www.racesupplies.co.nz for all of your racing accessories, Capit tyre warmers, Vortex sprockets, Gale Speed, Puge, GB Racing, Brake Tech brake rotors, Aero exhausts, all available from Race Supplies, www.co.nz. Race Supplies. Formula 2, supported by Pierce Motorcycles, where Yamaha revs your heart. Need tyres? Call in and have a chat to Jacob Pierce for all your track day through to off-road, adventure and motocross. Pop in and see their new superstore at 148 Carlisle Street, Sydenham. piercemotorcycles.co.nz. So a big shout out to John and Janice, the coffee guys. Thank you very much. Absolutely delicious iced chocolate. I do recommend you pop down and try either an iced chocolate or a hot coffee from Janice and John at the coffee guys. So here we go, the roaders lining up, and we have on the front row Dale Finch, Alistair Hugenbosen, Aaron Scott and Warren Hudson, followed by Seth Devereaux, John Webster. No Shay Williams, unfortunately, today, as Shay had a major get-off in practice yesterday and absolutely flattened his bike. We certainly hope to see Shay back out here again soon, and we hope you're not injured, and all the best. So here we go, ready for a start, ladies and gentlemen. Dale Finch revs up, and we're away, and it's a good start from Alistair Hugenbosen. Gets a great drive off the line, a little bit of a wheel stand from both of them. Looks like Alistair Hugenbosen might have the front running as they tip in. He does manage to tip across the front of Dale Finch. And so it looks like Aaron Scott into third position, followed by Warren Hudson, Seth Devereaux and Carl Wahoo. But as we come out of turn one, it's Alistair Hugenbosen with a clear advantage ahead of Dale Finch. But don't be fooled, ladies and gentlemen, Dale Finch is a demon on the brakes as they come down into the braking zone. And it is so close, but Alistair Hugenbosen holds the inside line, holds his nerve and holds the position as they run up to the first right-hander, Fulton Hogan. It's still Alistair Hugenbosen, but look at that. Dale Finch is absolutely harassing him the whole way round. A great ride from Aaron Scott into third place. But here we go, the racing's on for first and second. Alistair Hugenbosen, the current lap record holder here in this class, ahead of Dale Finch, the new gun, coming through to prove his worth. And look at that, Dale Finch trying across the top. He's really working hard. That was a move that Cormac Buchanan showed you can make work yesterday, so it looks like a couple of the guys have taken up the mantle and having a crack at it themselves. Great to see. But as we roll round for the completion of this lap, it is Alistair Hugenbosen by a bike length from Dale Finch, with maybe 6 or 7 bike lengths back to Aaron Scott. Here we go down the straight. Let's see if the draft makes the difference. Alistair Hugenbosen pulling some lengths. Nothing in it as they come across the line, though. Alistair Hugenbosen by a bike length ahead of Dale Finch, with half a second gap back to Aaron Scott. Warren Hudson a little further back from that. The racing is all on for first and second, though, between Alistair Hugenbosom and Dale Finch as they come through Link Kink. It looks like Dale has a better line through there and gets a bit better run. Alistair smashes the throttle, controls a bit of wheel stand as they come across the top. And here goes Dale having a look around the outside again. He's going to try for the cutback, see if he can get back up the inside. He's not going to get it done there. Will he have a lunge into Fulton Hogan? It's a great passing spot if you're close enough, but I don't think he is there. You can see he has a look at it, though. Lines up L through the left-hander in turn 7 and into turn 8, Nana's corner. L takes a very defensive line as they come through there. It shows that he's concerned that Dale might be able to stuff it up the inside. Good run from Alistair Hugenbosen, runs wide across the top of Dale Finch as they tip into the right-hander, into the Southern Salvage S's. Again, Alistair Hugenbosen running quite a defensive line through there. He knows that that's an area where Dale Finch is extremely strong, and he's blocking and defending at every opportunity. He's tried to pull a gap and tried to make a break. He's realised that that's not going to work with Dale Finch, so he's gone back to his defensive strategies, looking to block and hold him out, hoping that Dale will make a mistake somewhere when he gets frustrated trying to force a pass. And as they come onto the start-finish straight, ladies and gentlemen, it is Alistair Hugenbosen by a bike length from Dale Scott. You're not going to get it done from second place, Dale. You're going to have to be leading across the, as they come out of turn 1, out of the final turn onto the straight, because it looks like Alistair Hugenbosen has that run out of that final turn onto the straight sorted and is getting brilliant drive. And as they drop back into Link Kink again, as it runs downhill, a wee bit of a wheel stand as they crest the rise. Oh, Dale Finch having a big look around the outside. You're not going to get it done there, Dale. Again, Alistair has the better line on the exit. Gets the run up to Fulton Hogan. And as they come out of Fulton Hogan into turn 7, it's Alistair Hugenbosen extending his lead. In fact, this is the most comfortable he's been all race, ladies and gentlemen. He's now got 2 bike lengths. He's got about 0.3 of a second buffer. It's a great feeling when you can hear that bike disappearing backwards from behind you. You know that you're on a run. You know that you're on a charge. But he'll hear Dale Finch come back at him, and here's Dale right back on him through that double left. Looks to be a place where Dale excels, and perhaps Al can have a wee look at Dale's line through there later in the day as they watch the coverage that's being provided, fantastic coverage being provided live stream by RJPTV here today. Thank you very much for your efforts today. And as they roll around CMG Motorcycles Indian corner again, there is nothing in it, nothing at all. Dale Finch right in the slipstream, looking for a run on Al Hoogie as they come down the straight. But Al's got the horsepower and he's got the momentum. He carries that speed all the way down the straight. There is nowhere for Dale to have a look. He has a look around the outside, but he's not going to get it done there. Maybe the cutback, maybe he can get a good run as they come up through Waste Coast Straight. Not close enough. He gets another good run as they come through Link Kink. That's definitely an area where he excels, but a big wheel stand as they come across the top ruins his drive. Gives Al a nice opportunity out. Oh, and a massive slide by Al Hoogie. Almost a high side as they come out of the Euromark hairpin, just punching that throttle too hard. And there is the mistake Dale Finch has been pushing and looking for. Now, let's see if Dale can use his speed and make an advantage. Looking for Al Hoogie to make a comeback as soon as he can. Big slide like that can upset your momentum, but Al, a truly professional rider, former New Zealand Championship on a superbike, former New Zealand champion on a superbike, so absolutely no problem with that. He'll just grit his teeth, put his head down and get going again. But Dale Finch pulling out a 0.2 of a second lead as they come into the dipper. Just a slight mistake from Al Hoogie, and that's all it takes, slight mistake. And let's call back into the field a little bit further as well. Great ride by Aaron Scott in 3rd place, absolutely brilliant. And we have Warren Hudson sitting there in 4th, ahead of Seth Devereaux. Now, Seth hasn't been riding for a wee while, so great to see Seth back on the track. And look at that, we do have Dale Finch pulling out a gap, and look at that, 0.6 of a second in that one lap alone. So Dale Finch with a 1:31.913. Alistair Hugenbosom a 1:32.699. So 0.6 of a second faster that time around for Dale Finch, and that's where the gaps come from, ladies and gentlemen. Alistair Hugenbosom closing in under the brakes, but that's the concertina effect as they slow down. He's right on the back of Dale Finch, but Dale will get that throttle open, pull a bit of a gap Oh, look at that. Al's closed up, and he's closed up again. Looks like Al's regained his composure and got his breath back, taken his heart out of his mouth, stuffed it back into his chest, and away he goes again. And look at that. He's closed right back up on Dale Finch as they come around the Nana's corner. He's looking for a good run. He's holding a nice, tight line. A good run there from Al Hoogie as he closes up again on Dale Finch, and that gap's come down to virtually nothing again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is the area of the track where Dale excels. Let's look for him to pull a little bit of a gap, and there we go. He takes a bike length, but Al pulls it back again on the entry into the second part of the left-hander. As they roll through the dipper, it is Dale Finch by 2 bike lengths ahead of Al Hugenbosen, with Aaron Scott on the RSV4 running in a lonely but well-ridden third place. And as they roll around the sweeper onto the straight, it is Dale Finch by a couple of bike lengths. Now, let's see if Al Hoogie can get in the slipstream and make any effect. So Dale Finch by 0.2 as they cross the line, but as they tip into turn 1, there is nothing in it, less than a bike length as they come out of turn 2. It looks like Dale gets a slightly better run on the exit, but Alistair Hoogie, very, very good down the back end of the circuit. Another great run there from Dale Finch as they come out of Link Kink and down into the braking zone into Euromark corner down by the Dennyholm grandstand. Alistair Hugenbosen closing right back up again on Dale Finch as they come up through the S's into Fulton Hogan. Now, if you're close enough, this is a great passing spot where they're tipping into there. It's a real block pass move, and you can destroy the guy in front of you's lap time if you just stuff it in on him. But you have to be committed, you have to be brave, and you have to be close to make that pass work. Of course, if you get it wrong, it ruins your own lap time, and that will end your chances of having a go at the leading spot. So it's an all-or-nothing move, that one. And look at Al, he's lining up for a look into that double left-hander into the dipper. It's a great passing manoeuvre because if you can get alongside the bike there, you can block them out. It ruins their run through that double left-hander, and it places them squarely behind you, and you can control them through the dipper. You can actually be a wee bit lazy coming through the dipper, control their exit speed, and get a much better run out of the dipper up the hill and through the left-hander into CMG Motorcycles corner. But as we go across the line, it is Dale Finch by 0.2 of a second ahead of Alistair Hugenbosen. Still nothing in it as this race progresses. Good lap times as well, 1:31.786 by Dale Finch. Current lap record around here is a 1:29.0 by Al Hoogie, so we're a couple of seconds off the lap time, but I've got to say the track conditions aren't perfect today. They're pretty good, but still a wee bit cooler than the ideal track conditions. So grip level not quite there for lap record pace, but fantastic riding again by Dale Finch to hold off Alistair Hugenbosen as they come into the hairpin and back out into Fulton Hogan, the right-hander. As they drop across into the left turn 7 and into Nana's corner. Completely different line there by Al Hoogie. Al takes a tight line entrance and Dale Finch takes a wide line. Gives them both a slightly different exit as well. And again, Al looking for that tight line pass into the double left. He's got to be way, way close to make that work. You've got to have your front wheel virtually on the back wheel of the rider in front as you come through the right-hander into the entrance to Southern Salvagesses to make that work. And here we go around the sweeper again, starting to close in on some back markers. But we have Wendy showing the white flag, getting ready for Dale Finch to take the white flag ahead of Alistair Hugenbosen. Oh, and look at that. Here we go. There's Dale Finch. Dale Finch making the move. Nothing in it as they cross the line, and they come up on a back marker. And both cleanly through. No advantage to be had by either. And as they crossed the line, there was absolutely nothing in it. 0.078 of a second. But it looks like, Al Hoogie mistaken to the hairpin, and that's cost him as well. Dale Finch picks his pocket and comes back to him. So Dale Finch back into the lead. Al Hoogie's going to have to throw everything at him now. There is no way Dale's going to give this up lightly. Dale will be looking for a good defensive move. Look at that, holds his nice tight line. The first time he's taken a tight line into Nana's all race. Looking for that defensive block. Look for him to run tight again into the right-hander. The only problem with running tight into the right-hander is it'll give Al a good run, and if Al can make the most of it, he'll get up the inside. He's not close enough. He can't get it done there. His next passing manoeuvre is the entrance into the dipper. He's not going to get it done there either, not close enough. Can he get it done on the entrance into CMG Motorcycles Indian Corner? There's no back marker to interfere, but it looks like Dale Finch has got that move covered. It's all about the drive onto the straight, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go as they round CMG Motorcycles Indian Corner. It is Dale Finch by a bike length. Alistair Hugenbosen tucks into the slipstream. Has he got the power? Can he make it move? No, he can't. It is Dale Finch by 0.288 of a second ahead of Alistair Hugenbosen. Great racing there for first and second place. And as we look back into the field, we see Warren Hudson starting to close in on Aaron Scott. So good dicing for third position as Aaron does his best to maintain his pace. You can tell that the pace is taking its toll though. So Aaron Scott holding on for a fantastic third place. That is a brilliant ride from Aaron Scott on the RSV4, and Warren Hudson through for fourth place on his older model Yamaha R1. Absolutely fantastically ridden. And here comes Seth Devereaux for a creditable fifth place. It's been a long time since we've seen Seth out on the track, so absolutely fantastic to see him back out and racing again. Congratulations, Seth Devereaux, for your fifth position. Absolutely great riding. Also, congratulations to Carl Wahoo in sixth place. Good riding there, Carl, on your GSXR 750. Must be quite demoralising to see those 1,000 cc's with the extra horsepower just disappearing off into the distance every time they open the throttle. But congratulations and well done on your riding. Also, thank you to John Webster for bringing that Isle of Man bike over. Absolutely great to see a bike that's competed in the Isle of Man running around here in Canterbury. So here we go. Here's Carl Wahoo coming down to complete the race. So best lap time of the race goes to Alistair Hugenbosen, a 1:31.632. Next fastest would have been Dale Finch, 1:31.786. So 0.05 of a second between the two. That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Congratulations to Dale Finch on the Yamaha R1, heading off Alistair Hugenbosen also on a Yamaha R1, ahead of Aaron Scott, Aprilia RSV4 from Warren Hudson, Yamaha R1. It seems to be that the R1 is the bike to run in the superbike class here in Canterbury. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the Formula 2. Now, I will say the numbers in the field are slightly small, but do not be concerned by that. You will see some amazing riding today by Cormac Buchanan, MotoGP star, here riding a Yamaha YZF R6. While we're talking about Cormac, don't forget to pop in and pick up a ticket in the raffle for the brand new 2025 R6 track day bike. A full replica of the Mac Attack bike that Cormac Buchanan used to win his last 600 Supersport title. Bike valued at $40,000. Get your ticket, $100 a ticket. FPOS available, bank transfer or cash. Pop into the pits and see the Mac Attack team and buy your ticket. The raffle will be drawn at the Bert Monroe at Teretonga Raceway, 12:30 p.m. on the weekend of the Bert Monroe. Please don't forget to buy your ticket. Opportunity to win a genuine bona fide Mac Attack R6. So Formula 2 supported by Pierce Motorcycles. Yamaha road bike dealer for Christchurch. Also selling adventure bikes, trail bikes and motocross bikes. Pierce motorcycles for Royal Enfield. If something with a classic nostalgia feel takes your style, then pop in and see Rachel or Darren at Pierce Motorcycles. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The track has been called open for the Formula 2 Pierce Motorcycles race. Let's not dilly-dally, they will be closing the pit lane. Do not be caught short. So there we go, there's bike number 16, Dan Jenkins, Triumph 675, making his way out. Everyone's starting to file their way out now. There's Jacob Pierce just rolling out. So yesterday's time, Cormac Buchanan with a 1:33.725, heading off Dan Jenkins with a 1:34.753. So Cormac Buchanan's best lap, almost a second and a lap faster than Dan Jenkins. But don't be fooled, ladies and gentlemen, Dan Jenkins will not hand this over lightly. So there we go, Cormac Buchanan lining up on bike number 14, the Mac Attack. Beside him, bike number 16, Dan Jenkins. Watch out for a furious battle between these two, ladies and gentlemen. They were battling hard all day yesterday. No quarter asked and certainly none given. Dan Jenkins taking the fight to Cormac Buchanan. So on the front row, we have Cormac Buchanan, Dan Jenkins, John Lowther and Jacob Pierce. Row 2, we have Michael Lee, Michael Goldsworthy and Daryl Hunt. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, ready to race. The lights are on, ready to go, and let's look for a good start. Here we go, and a great start from Cormac Buchanan. A bit of a duffer from Dan Jenkins, who lazy off the start and then pops a little bit of a wheel stand, has to have a double grab at the clutch. And that puts him back into third place. That's not where he wants to be. That's given Cormac Buchanan an easy run at the head of the field. He's already pulling 5, 6, 7, 8 bike lengths as they roll into Link Kink and down to Euromark Hairpin. We have a 100-metre head start for Cormac Buchanan already. Dan Jenkins looking to make a move around the outside. He couldn't get it done and he's run wide. That's cost him some more time. John Lowther having a brilliant ride from P3 on the grid, doing everything he can to hold up Dan Jenkins, and that's letting Cormac Buchanan get away with more than a second gap already, and we're only 5 corners into it, or 8 corners into it, as they roll around out of Nanas. It is Cormac Buchanan with a sizable lead, rolling up into the first of the Southern Salvage S's, turn 9. Beautiful corner, turn 9. They reprofiled it a few years ago. And there we go, there is Dan Jenkins through on John Lowther. Now let's see what Dan can do about catching up on Cormac Buchanan, because Cormac has a sizable lead after 3/4 of a lap. Looking back into 4th place, that is Jacob Pierce ahead of Michael Lee and Michael Goldsworthy and Daryl Hunt. So as they roll around onto the start-finish straight,
What a ride, what a first lap from Cormac Buchanan, absolutely stamping his authority on the field. A 1:36.217, whereas Dan Jenkins a 1:38.5. 2.6 seconds a lap faster on the opening lap, ladies and gentlemen, and that is what it is all about. That is how you break the field and show your dominance. Truly world-class riding there from Cormac Buchanan on his opening lap. It seems the extra speed they found overnight has certainly paid dividends. Nice tidy line by Cormac Buchanan as he runs through the Euromark hairpin. Again, Dan Jenkins just slightly wide, trying to carry that extra speed and just pushing the front end. And it looks like Dan is making a little bit of inroads onto Cormac, but Cormac will just be rolling around. He'll be keeping an eye on his pit board. He'll be keeping an eye on his lap timer. He'll be knowing exactly what's going on. Great ride from John Lowther in third place. Fantastic to see John back up and running in the podium positions. But as we look to the front, it is all Cormac Buchanan. Look at him lying that bike over through there, through that double left. Hardly picks the bike up at all. He's carrying that much momentum and speed through there. You watch everyone else, they stand the bike up in the middle of that corner. Not Cormac Buchanan, he just keeps it laid over with the throttle open, just driving in on that front end. And as we roll around the CMG Motorcycles Indian corner, it is Cormac Buchanan with a sizable lead over Dan Jenkins, but Dan Jenkins riding extremely well, trying to close that gap, doing everything he can. And look at that, another great lap, another lap record time, another personal best time for Cormac Buchanan, a 1:32.309. Dan Jenkins, a 1:33.539. So 1.2 seconds a lap faster on that lap gives Cormac Buchanan a heady lead of 3.9 seconds over the field. Yesterday there was nothing in it between Dan Jenkins and Cormac Buchanan, so it just goes to show what a great start versus a bad start will do for your race as Cormac Buchanan streaks off riding amazingly well on that Macattac bike. Now don't forget, you can buy a ticket in the raffle to get a replica of that bike, and it is an exact replica. It is fully spec'd into New Zealand Supersport 600 championship specifications, and $100 buys you the opportunity, the chance to win that bike, the brand new 2025 Macattac R6 Yamaha. So back to the racing, it is Cormac Buchanan by 3.9 seconds ahead of Dan Jenkins, who now has an equivalent 3.5 second lead over John Lowther for third place. Jacob Pearce having a great ride, considering that Jacob hasn't ridden for almost a year. Jacob just recently became a father, so congratulations to Jacob and your wife. Lovely to see another Pearce into the world. And there we go. There is Cormac Buchanan, half the length of the straight over Dan Jenkins, a 5.7 second lead. And again, another 1:32.3 thrown out there by Cormac Buchanan. Mr. Consistency. Dan Jenkins, a good ride though, 1:34.161. And John Lowther, a 1:37.625. Jacob Pearce showing good pace with a 1:37.865. That is good pace, considering that Jacob hasn't ridden the bike for a year. He's been more attentive with his fatherly duties and looking after his pregnant wife. So congratulations to you, Jacob. Great riding today. Michael Lee out there on his ZX6 Kawasaki. Michael, a long-time campaigner in New Zealand Super Sport 600. Very accomplished rider in his own right. Michael Goldsworthy chasing him up on a 1:41.671. Not much in it between Michael Lee and Michael Goldsworthy. One second more or less, 1.2 depending on where on the track they are. But look at Cormac Buchanan, absolutely class, showing the way. Now just settling into his riding, mid 1:32s. He'll just tick them off all day. And as he rounds the CMG Motorcycles Indian sweeper, it is Cormac Buchanan with a sizable lead. Just concentrating on ticking off times. He's backed himself a little bit. He's a 1:32.7, so he's knocked half a second off his lap time, and that's fine because Dan Jenkins just rolled through in a 1:33.8. So again, still 1.1 seconds lap faster, giving a gap of 6.9 seconds. Quite an unheard of gap in Supersport racing. Racing is usually extremely tight and extremely close. But as we have John Lowther and Jacob Pearce going through for third and fourth respectively. Coming to the line next, we will have Michael Lee on his Kawasaki ZX6R. Followed not too far behind him by Michael Goldsworthy. Both doing very similar lap times, 1:41.9 for Michael Lee, 1:41.4 for Michael Goldsworthy. So Michael closing up that gap by half a second on that lap. But as we look to the leaders, it is Cormac Buchanan, the Mack Attack, with a substantial lead now. No need to panic, no need to push. Just cruising around, setting consistent and comfortable lap times, showing that a 1:32 will get the job done. Dan Jenkins, an amazing ride from Dan Jenkins today though. 1:33.8, 1:33.5, 1:33.7, 1:33.5. Mr. Consistency as well. Just not quite the pace that Cormac has. Cormac tweeting last night that he had found something extra on the bike. And watch for him today. Well, watch for him today indeed. And there he goes, just knocking off another PB, a 1:32.214. Certainly not letting off the throttle at all is Cormac Buchanan. In fact, looking to push the pace. I wonder if he's looking for a 1:31. Let's have a look at the lap record for this class, ladies and gentlemen. And so Supersport 600, Damon Rees, a 1:31 flat. So it'd be interesting to see whether Cormac Buchanan on a day like today can at some stage get down to a 1:31.098, which is what it's going to take the lap record. So we need a full 1.1 seconds more out of Cormac Buchanan before he can start threatening for that outright lap record. That's not to say he won't do it today, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm sure it's within him. It's just whether the need is there. Of course, always nice to hold a lap record along with your New Zealand Grand Prix title. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that this is official Grand Prix title racing. This is the first Grand Prix title of 2026. So for your respective class, you can be a Grand Prix title holder today. And here we go, Cormac Buchanan, another great run. A 1:32.3 this time, just ticking around those low 1:32s. And here comes Dan Jenkins. Great riding, Dan. Absolutely brilliant when you consider that you're up against the class of a MotoGP style racer. And we have a yellow flag being waved at turn 1, ladies and gentlemen. A yellow flag at turn 1. And I'm looking for Cormac Buchanan, and I cannot see him on the circuit, ladies and gentlemen. That is Cormac Buchanan down at turn 1. I will say, though, that Cormac is up and A-OK, ladies and gentlemen. I can see him back at the tyre wall on Abbott's Corner. No need for concern, everyone. Cormac Buchanan is A-OK. Good to see. But there we go. That just proves the point, ladies and gentlemen. It is worth pursuing and pushing on, regardless of the gap from first to second, because in doing so, Dan Jenkins has just taken the lead. An unfortunate mistake for Cormac Buchanan into turn 1 while trying to take the lap record, but there we have it. So there'll be some frantic work in the pits on that bike as they try and get it ready for the Grand Prix racing later this afternoon. But there we go, there's Dan Jenkins coming across the line with a cruisy 1:36.009. When you compare that to Cormac Buchanan's previous lap time of a 1:32.307, 4 seconds a lap slower, but he is going to take the win, barring a mistake. And we are on the white flag lap, ladies and gentlemen, so it looks like it will be Dan Jenkins. Dan just rolling in through the Euromark hairpin, a bit of a wheel stand on the exit to celebrate as he comes up towards Fulton Hogan, the right-hander, and into the left into Nana's the sweeper. Nana's named after the old lady who was the flag marshal there for years and years and years when that first corner was first erected. So here's Dan Jenkins sweeping out of Nana's, making his run up to the right-hander into Southern Salvage S's. A nice tidy race by Dan Jenkins with no mistakes has allowed him to come through into first position. And great riding by Dan. Let's talk about second place. Currently holding second position is John Lowther. John riding a Yamaha R6. Absolutely brilliant riding from John to come back to second place. John took several years off his racing to pursue family and business interests, but come back to racing. And there is Dan Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen, crossing the line for a well-deserved, creditable win with a 1:35.575. Unfortunate for Cormac Buchanan having a get-off in that previous race, but that is what it is. We wish Cormac all the best and hope that his team can get that bike up and running again for the next race. So coming across the line in second place, it will be John Lowther on the Yamaha R6. That's a fantastic result for John. He'll be very, very happy with that. Followed by Jacob Pearce. Podium position for Jacob Pearce after a year off racing. It just goes to show getting back on and getting it done gets you the positions. His fastest lap of the race went to Cormac Buchanan with a 1:32.3007, but it was all for naught after a mistake in turn 1. So congratulations to our winner, Dan Jenkins, our second place position, John Lowther, and our third place, Jacob Pearce. Good riding by Michael Goldsworthy as well, Michael Lee, Daryl Hunt, all finishes. Oh, look at that wee wheel stand across the back after the practice start from Dan Jenkins. Dan's obviously excited and very, very happy with that win. His pits will be buzzing with excitement after that. And there goes Rosie from Motorsport Rescue out to do the pickups. Good on you, Rosie. Thank you to you and your team for your support. Always appreciate having your back up here. And good to see a few spectators out and about as well today. Please jump on your social media and put on a post about today. Put on how exciting the racing is. Chuck a wee post up about free entry to the pits, free meet the riders, live commentary. Great coffee from the coffee guys. Oh, the iced chocolate is absolutely brilliant. So great racing. Up next we will have 150 Supersport. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 150 Supersport race, and I can see a couple of competitors sitting down here on the dummy grid having a good chat amongst themselves, and they are really excited to get out there. They're giving each other the thumbs up and the high fives, and they are ready to go. Where's the rest of the field, ladies and gentlemen? Let's get these 150 Supersports out there on the track. So bike number 10, David Phillips, looks very excited to be out there. Suzuki RG 150. So David got into motorcycle racing because he started helping a mate out in the pits. Good on you, David. Good to see you up on the line, ready to go nice and early as well. Always makes it much faster to get everyone through. Bike number 49, Jack Clapham. Good to see you out there at the ready to go, Jack. Elite Drive Performance and Evolve Moto Training are his supporters. So here we go. We have 3 of the bikes ready to go. Bike number 73, that looks like Hunter Charlotte heading out on the Moto Mechanics supported bike. Bike number 52, Ryder Chamberlain. Ryder had an absolutely brilliant ride yesterday. In fact, improving his personal lap time by over 2 seconds a lap. So absolutely fantastic from Ryder Chamberlain. In fact, took home a 2nd position yesterday. Brilliant to see. Good to see bike number 38, Deegan Nolan, out there as well. Deegan supported by his mum and stepdad. Great to see them here. So great viewing from up here in the commentary tower. It's an awesome spot to watch from. Currently joined up here by Luke Ryder, who's having a bit of a watch. Oh, sorry, it's not. It's Ryder Chamberlain's dad. It is Ryder Chamberlain's dad here to watch his boy. As I said, Ryder had a fantastic ride yesterday, improving his personal best by over 2 seconds a lap. So really, really keen to see how he goes today. Of course, with all racing, when you make a big step like that, it's very easy to feel overconfident and push on. Sometimes it's better to take that extra 2 seconds that you've just gained and just learned, settle back and let that become the familiar pace. And once you're familiar with that, then it's time to push on again. However, sometimes the young fellas, they feel the speed come to them and they feel comfortable and confident, and they feel it's time to push on and stamp their authority on the class. And certainly yesterday, Ryder Chamberlain showed his potential. So we go, Jack Clapham lining up in P2. Hunter Charlotte rolling up in P1. Ryder Chamberlain rolling into P3. So seconds away from a start, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's set. Revs are coming up, the lights are on, looking for a good start, and away away we go, and a great start from Ryder Chamberlain. Look at that, and he gets the whole shot. He is absolutely blistering away from the field. What a fantastic start, and he is going to lead them into turn one, ladies and gentlemen. Now watch for Hunter Charlotte and Jack Clapham to make a move on him, because Hunter Charlotte will definitely not like being pushed back to third place. What a fantastic start from Ryder Chamberlain, taking the whole shot. Now he's got a really good run out of turn one and a nice run. He's holding a nice line, a good position as they run through Link Kink. Now watch for the massive braking, Jules, and this is where it's all going to come to the fore, is in the braking into the Euromark hairpin. It's hard to judge when you're the lead rider how late to brake and how hard, because you don't know what's happening behind you. But what a great ride from Ryder Chamberlain, ladies and gentlemen, holding that lead and doing a good job of getting a bit of a gap away from Jack Clapham and Hunter Charlotte back in third position. Now, from Ryder's perspective, what he wants to see is Jack and Hunter get into a dicing duel and give him a bit of a break, and he's got that little bit of a break. He's got 3 or 4 bike links on the field, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic ride from Ryder Chamberlain on the first lap. And he is away. What a great run as they make their way through Nanas and up to the right hand of the entrance to the Southern Salvagesses. I love the right-hander entry to Southern Salvagesses since they reprofiled it. Makes for such a flowing corner into the double left-hander that they're coming up to now. Absolutely brilliant riding. And look at that. Ryder Chamberlain, another good line as they come their way through the dipper. But here comes Jack Clapham up onto the back of him. And now it's all about the run through. Ryder has a look over his shoulder and he can see Jack's visor right in his face as they come around into the entrance of the CMG Motorcycles Indian Sweeper. Now it's going to be a drafting duel. And I swear the lead is not the place to be in a drafting duel. But it looks like Ryder Chamberlain isn't interested in playing games. He's just got the throttle open and going for it. And look at that, he has the power to maintain that run from the exit of the sweeper down to the start-finish line. So it's going to be whoever comes out of that last corner first. Ryder Chamberlain setting the fastest lap of the race so far with a 2:02.212, followed by Jack Clapham a 2:02.286 and Hunter Charlotte a 2:02.685. Nothing in it, ladies and gentlemen, with the front 3 all running around in 2:02s. And here we go as they run round through Link Kink, and it's another run, and it looks like Hunter Charlotte's got the run on as they come through. We're looking for Ryder Chamberlain to hold an inside line on a very tight break, and he does hold that nice inside line. There is no way through for Hunter Charlotte. Now Hunter will look for that move as they come through into the right-hander called Fulton Hogan. But he's not close enough to get it done there. It looks like Ryder Chamberlain has excellent drive as they come out of the hairpin. And as they sweep round turn 7, the right-hander making their way into the Nanas Carousel. A tightening radius. You got to wait and wait and wait till you hit the throttle, and it looks like Ryder Chamberlain's still got a good run. Hunter Charlotte having a look through the right-hander. He's not going to get it done through there. And what a fantastic ride. Fantastic ride from all 3 of these guys. Ryder Chamberlain, Jack Clapham and Hunter Charlotte all putting in fantastic riding. Good close racing and nice clean styles from the 3 of them. And it is still Ryder Chamberlain leading by 2 bike lengths ahead of Hunter Charlotte and Jack Clapham. This is a coming of age for Ryder Chamberlain, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best I have seen him ride in the last few years. Absolutely riding out of his skin to stay ahead of Hunter Charlotte. And look at that, even with the draft, there's not the way past for Hunter Charlotte. Now he's going to have a look around the outside into turn 1, but I don't think he's going to get the job done. Oh, it's 3 wide into turn 1, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. And Hunter doesn't get the job done, and Jack Clapham loses a bit of time. Look at that. Best lap of the race so far by Hunter Charlotte. A 1:57.051. Ryder Chamberlain, a 1:57.272. That would have to be his personal best. No, a 1:55 is his personal best. He's got a wee bit left to give, ladies and gentlemen. So come on, Ryder, you can do it. And look at them dicing as they dive into the hairpin. There's absolutely nothing in it as they run towards Fulton Hogan corner, the right-hander. It is still Ryder Chamberlain by a couple of bike lengths. Hunter Charlotte having a look. having a look, is there a way through? Where can he close the gap? He's holding a nice line. He's changed his line from what he was taking yesterday into Nana's. Maybe taking a slightly later entry, giving him a bit better run through there. And he is getting a good run, and he's getting clean drive on the exit as well. And there goes Jack Clapham having another look at Hunter Charlotte. He's not going to get it done, and Hunter's not going to get it done on Ryder through here either. He has a look to the outside. He fades to the inside. He still can't get it done. What a duel for first, second and third here, ladies and gentlemen. It is all on for young and old. Well, actually, mostly young in this class, and it's great to see. Brilliant riding by Ryder Chamberlain as they come around through the CMG Motorcycles Indian Sweeper, back onto the straight again. He is certainly not giving it up. He's focused on the job at hand and focused on leading this race. He does not want to give either of these guys the opportunity. And look at him scrunching himself into that fairing, making himself as small as physically possible on that bike. And maybe that's where a little bit of his advantage comes from down the straight. But look at that again. He has the power and the speed to hold them out all the way down the straight despite the draft. That is excellent riding. Fantastic. I love seeing riding like this, close dueling battles. And here comes Wendy getting ready with the white flag. So this is the second to last lap, ladies and gentlemen. It is all on now. And here we go. Look at that. A good run from Hunter Charlotte. And he has managed to make the move to the outside. But Ryder Chamberlain late on the brakes. Oh, my goodness. Is he going to get it stopped? Is he going to get it turned? He runs slightly wide, but he still holds the line. Fantastic riding. And look at that. Jack Clapham's come across the front of Hunter Charlotte. Hunter's having a look across the top round the outside. He's going to get the job done into Fulton Hogan. Great dicing there for second and third. And look at Hunter Charlotte. He is giving it his all, trying to catch up with Ryder Chamberlain. Ryder is holding a beautiful line, ladies and gentlemen. I can see his dad up here in the commentary tower. It looks like he's going to have a heart attack. This is brilliant racing. Here we go. It's all on as they come in through the right-hander. It is still Ryder Chamberlain. Hunter Charlotte looking for a way past. He can't get it done there. Come on, Ryder. You can do it. Oh, hate playing favourites. Shouldn't do that. But still, Ryder Chamberlain having a brilliant race ahead of Hunter Charlotte and Jack Clapham. It's all on. It's going to come down to a slipstreaming duel and a race down to the start-finish line. Ryder Chamberlain, as they roll around into the CMG Motorcycles Indian Sweeper, he's got it all to do from the front, ladies and gentlemen. Has he got enough of a gap? Can he make the run? Can he make it stick? He's got his teeth gritted and he's going to go for it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Stand up and put your hands together. This is going to be Ryder Chamberlain's first win. No, it's not. It's the white flag lap. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, can Hunter Charlotte make a move? Is there the opportunity? It looks like he's gone to the inside, but he hasn't got the move done. Ryder rolls around the outside of him and maintains that position into turn 2, and on the way out of it, as they go up the West Coast Straight, he manages to pull a bike length on the exit and another bike length as they run down into Link Kink. With 2 bike lengths advantage, it is Ryder Chamberlain as they come down to the Euromark hairpin. And I've got to say, Ryder has been extremely late and extremely hard on the brakes, managing to turn that bike in beautifully over the top of Hunter Charlotte. There is no opportunity there for Hunter, and Jack Clapham seems to be falling back a little bit as the 2 lead riders battle it out for first and second. As they roll into Fulton Hogan, it is still Ryder Chamberlain, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of Hunter Charlotte, who is heading off Jack Clapham, and it looks like it's going to come down to the last couple of corners. Here we go, Ryder Chamberlain, beautiful line through Nana's corner. He's modified his line from yesterday where he was struggling a little bit and giving up a little bit of time. It looks like he's got it nailed. Now here we go into the right-hander. This is where Hunter Charlotte's very, very strong, this right-hander, and into the entry to the double left. But Ryder Chamberlain with a 2 bike length advantage has just got to hold it all together. Come on, Ryder, you can do it. Oh, and here we go as they tip into the second half of that left-hander into the dipper. It is all on now, ladies and gentlemen, with 1 corner to go. As they roll up the short straight through the little left-hand kink, they're going to roll into CMG Motorcycles Indian corner. And Ryder Chamberlain with a 2 bike length advantage. Has he done enough, ladies and gentlemen? Has he done enough? Has he broken the toe of Hunter Charlotte? As we roll down the straight, it is Ryder Chamberlain by 2 bike lengths, but Hunter Charlotte's coming at him. He's in the draft. Has he got enough? Has he got enough left? And it is Ryder Chamberlain. Congratulations. That is an absolutely outstanding ride from Ryder Chamberlain. Congratulations to his dad as well, who's up here. Take a deep breath, mate. That is brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Great racing from Hunter Charlotte there as well. Did everything he could, but I've got to say that was brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Ryder Chamberlain. And look at that, on the final lap, he puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 1:56.384 ahead of Hunter Charlotte, a 1:56.565. Followed by Jack Clapham, a 1:56.890. Nothing in terms of fastest laps for each of the riders. All of them into that 1:56. 1:56.3 for Ryder, 1:56.5 for Hunter, and 1:56.7 for Jack Clapham. Coming across the line in fourth place, Samuel Eagle, and in fifth, David Phillips. In sixth, Deegan Nolan. Well done, Deegan. Absolutely fantastic to have everyone here racing. What brilliant racing that was, ladies and gentlemen. Stand up and clap for these young riders as they come through, because that was the best racing I've seen this weekend. Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to Ryder Chamberlain on his first win. Many more to come, I'm sure. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the junior training. Junior training is something that Motorcycling Canterbury has at every single event that they hold. They see it as a key and extremely important part of the development of motorcycle racing here in New Zealand. If we don't support our juniors, if we don't assist them in their racing, if we don't encourage them, then we will have no racing in the future. I look to the fields that we see in junior motocross, 85cc motocross bikes, and I compare them to what we see in the KO 150 class or the junior training classes. And I wonder to myself what it is that we need to do to get more juniors in to road racing. It's safer than motocross. It's less expensive than motocross. We provide entry-level bikes to assist people into the sport. There are bikes that you can hire from the club so that you can get your son, daughter, or grandchild into racing and have a crack without the expense of needing to buy a bike. I will say, however, the expense is minimal. You can buy a brand new KO 150 for $3,999.99. I will say that that bike is then ready to ride. There is nothing left to spend. It comes on slicks, it comes ready to run. All the engines are sealed, so they are all of identical performance level. There is no cheating, there is nothing left to spend. $4,000 gets you the bike. You can negotiate a gear price as well. There's always plenty of second-hand gear rolling around, of course. The young boys and girls grow out of their gear before they wear it out. So there's always plenty of second-hand gear available to buy. You can hire gear from the club if need be. You will, of course, need your own helmet. The club does have a couple of hire helmets, but in all honesty, you're certainly better off providing your own. That way you get the bona fide correct fit. It's only a couple of bikes rolling around, one junior and one trainer. And that's fine. That'll be Kate Scott rolling around being trained by Duncan Shanks. Looks like we've got another couple coming out here now. So while from a spectator point of view, not a lot to see in the training, it is important that we give youngsters the opportunity to get out and do a couple of laps. But while there's not much going on, let me take the opportunity to thank our sponsors and our supporters. Firstly, CMG Motorcycles, the naming rights sponsor of this event. CMG Motorcycles, the largest selection of new and used motorcycles in Canterbury. CMG Motorcycles, stockists and agents for Triumph, Indian, Moto Guzzi, Aprilia, Vespa, MV Augusta, BMW, CF Moto, and Suzuki. If you're looking for a new or used bike, CMG Motorcycles. Casbolt's Motorcycles, your home for Honda and Ducati. Expert servicing, expert workshop. A great range of gear, apparel, helmets and accessories. Talk to New Zealand's fastest female road racer, Harriet Grace, when you pop into Casbolt's Motorcycles. Of course, we'd like to thank Traction Motorcycles, the home of Kawasaki and KTM here in Christchurch. Race into Traction and check out their smoking hot deals on KTM motorcycles. Of course, we wouldn't be able to do any of this without the help of the team from Ruapuna Motorsport Rescue. So thank you very much to Rosie and the team at Motorsport Rescue. We thoroughly appreciate all the effort you put in. Race Supplies, www.racesupplies.co.nz for all your racing part needs, whether it's tyre warmers, sprockets, rear sets, exhaust systems, brake pads, you name it, they stock it. Race Supplies, www.racesupplies.co.nz. PS Motorcycles. PS Motorcycles, the home of Yamaha and Royal Enfield here in Christchurch. If you want expert advice on your tyres, pop in and see Jacob Pearce from Pearce Motorcycles. In fact, Jacob just got a third position in Formula 2. So congratulations, Jacob. Obviously a man who knows what tyres are for and how to use them, so certainly you will get good advice from Pearce Motorcycles on your tyres. KO New Zealand, supporters of the junior training and the 150 Supersport. So KO motorcycles are an entry-level starter class for all aspiring future world champions or young road racers wanting to get involved in the sport of racing. This class caters for ages from 7 to 13 for juniors, but many adults, including New Zealand Superbike champion Mitch Rees and New Zealand Supersport champion MotoGP star Cormac Buchanan, started racing on these. They use them for racing and training. Motorcycling Canterbury runs these bikes with juniors in a closely controlled training class at all of their events, and more clubs in New Zealand are starting to follow this example. Motorcycling Canterbury have bikes available for the juniors to be able to have a go on before committing to a purchase. And stock is available right here in Christchurch for immediate delivery.
Prices starting at $3,999 and 99 cents. Talk to Kevin Goddard from Race Supplies or Dennis Charlotte from Moto Mechanics regarding any questions you have, or visit the website at www.kominigp.co.nz. I'd like to thank all of the officials and the organisers for running this event, because without your help we can't run. So on behalf of Motorcycling Canterbury, I would like to thank the committee for their hard work in organising this two-day meeting. It is through the work of volunteers, including marshals, club officials and photographers, that we can bring this sport to the track. This weekend, run alongside round 3 of the King of Canterbury, the New Zealand Grand Prix titles will be run for several classes. In addition, the Battle of the Buckets will be run on the B track today. The New Zealand Motorcycle Grand Prix races were first run and cussed in 1936 until 1963, and since that time they've been held at Ruapuna Raceway, which has been developed in several different configurations over the time. Initially the track was a tri-oval, and in the late 80s the dipper was added. The track has now been upgraded to an international standard which allows for the hosting of high profile events, and I note that we will be getting V8 supercars later this year. On the weekend of January the 30th to February the 1st, we'll see the remainder of the New Zealand Grand Prix titles being contested at the first round of the New Zealand Superbike Championship. We really hope you enjoy watching today's racing and enjoy competing for the New Zealand Grand Prix titles. So it looks like we're running pretty true to time as well, ladies and gentlemen, which is great. Good to see the riders getting out and ready for their races as they're called to the dummy grid. We don't want to see any riders starting from pit lane. Unfortunately, sometimes it's a necessary evil to allow the racing to continue to flow. So if you're up late and miss the pit window opportunity, please do not take it out on the marshals for your lack of attention to timekeeping detail. And there we have Harriet Grace out there showing Emma Charlotte the way around. Harriet Grace currently the fastest woman in motorcycle racing after winning a race, in fact the only woman to ever win a race at the Wanganui Cemetery Circuit. So congratulations Harriet Grace, and congratulations and well done for passing on your skills to the next up and coming juniors. Absolutely brilliant.
So that concludes round 3 of the racing. The first round done for today, round 3 of the weekend. So we'll take a short lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, just to allow the marshals to grab a drink and a bite to eat. Let them get out of the sun for a little bit. Take a wee bit of a break. So we'll be half an hour. So if you're on the far side of the circuit, I invite you round to the pits. Feel free to drive around. Plenty of parking towards the pit area on the outside of the pits on the right hand side as you come down towards the pit road. It's also good spectating from the east side of the Chris Amon bar and cafe. So please make your way round to the pits, come and meet the riders. Come and meet Cormac Buchanan, MotoGP superstar. The first New Zealand rider since Simon Crafar to make it to MotoGP. Of course, Simon Crafar, a legend of motorcycle racing, legendary both here in New Zealand and overseas. Simon Crafar was the last New Zealand rider to win a MotoGP race. That was on a 500cc Grand Prix bike at Donington Park, running on Dunlop tyres. Finished the race with a nearly 1 minute advantage over the rest of the field. Great to see Cormac Buchanan here this weekend. We thank you for attending, Cormac. Thank your team for the effort that they're putting in. We trust that you'll have the bike ready and up and running again, ready to fight for the New Zealand Grand Prix title. So we'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but please do come along around to the pits, meet your riders, have a chat to the teams, have a look at the bikes. Feel free to wander around, it is free entry. And of course, over this side we do have flush toilets, we have food, we have coffee. So please make your way over to the pit area to indulge and enjoy the sights. See you back after lunch. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the afternoon session of the CMG Motorcycles New Zealand Grand Prix weekend in conjunction with Motorcycling Canterbury Incorporated. I'm lucky enough to have Cormac Buchanan sitting up beside me here to talk a wee bit about what's going on with his racing and how he's got to where he is in the world. So Cormac, you started out on a KO, mate, is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Started out here actually, riding KOs as well as, R15 and stuff like that. So yeah, back in 2019, having to wear a pink vest and stuff, riding around with Dad and all that. It's pretty surreal getting to come back here, the place where I guess it all started for me. Now obviously riding on a much faster and bigger bike and riding a lot faster than I used to, but as I said, it's pretty cool to be able to, be even at, just these nice club events and just to enjoy it with all the people I used to be with,
Yeah, great. We certainly appreciate you coming back, mate. It's nice for you to come back, share your knowledge and share your talent, let people see what's going on in the world scene, and, maybe they can measure themselves a little bit against you. Riding absolutely brilliant today, mate. We just unfortunate incident in the last race, but there's no need to dwell on that. We'll be looking forward to seeing you out in the next race. The bike's all fine and you're all fine?
Yeah, exactly. No, the bike's all fine. Everything's all ready to go for the last race and stuff. So I'm enjoying it, having fun. Riding really, really fast, which is the goal. This is my last sort of, I guess, event before I head back over. So just try and end the day on a good note and have some fun with the superbikes and stuff like that. Yeah.
Nice. It's been exciting watching you chase down those superbikes. They've got such a power advantage on you down the straight. Watching them strip bike length after bike length off you, and then watching you close up as you come into turn one, and then again as you close up into the hairpin and right the way through the infield, you're just pulling bike lengths back on them every single session. It's great to watch. How do you relate the weight and speed difference to your Moto 3 racing though?
Yeah, it's pretty different, eh? Like the 600 is obviously a lot heavier. You're on bigger tyres. The bike is, to be fair, the top speed's not that much faster. I guess the only real difference is that it gets there a whole lot quicker than a Moto 3 bike. I think training on a 600, especially here, it's a good training for me because it's a harder bike to ride, I would say, than the Moto 3. It's faster, so it, I guess, changes your sense of speed. So when I do hop back on that Moto 3, it's going to feel slow, which is what I guess give you confidence to push even harder and stuff like that. So yeah, for me it's about, I trained on a superbike a few times this last month and stuff like that here as well, so I guess riding bikes that are faster than what I'm actually racing on will help me then in World Championship because it's going to make those bikes feel slow, which they're not, trust me, but it's going to make them feel slower, lighter, easier to ride, which means you can push them a lot harder.
Yeah, so it just adds a whole heap of perspective to what you're riding, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the change to Pirelli this year for Moto 3, how's that going to go for you?
Yeah, no, the Pirellis, we've done a bit of testing on them and stuff like that, obviously, they're a lot different. We used to run Dunlop, so the tyres it's almost like riding a completely different bike, to be honest. The Dunlops, you could always just, it's the same the whole race long, they drop off towards the end, but it's not too much of an issue. Whereas now, you're racing with Pirellis and, they do drop off. There's a much bigger, I guess, tyre degradation, which is similar to what you feel on the Superbike and 600. You've got to know how to manage the tyres, which is something I was quite good at this year, especially in those hot races where, you had to manage the tyre. I was able to, be strong towards the end of the race, which is when it matters. It's no longer about just going flat out from the lights to the checkered flag. You've actually got to have some strategy in it, which in a way I think helps Moto 3. It's always the closest racing, but now it actually adds a real strategic aspect into it. You've got to think about so many things already, but now you've got to think about even more. So it's makes it really, really interesting, and it's not always fun when your tire's gone off after 5-6 laps, but it's the way it is, and you got to learn how to deal with it because that's where the real riders are made. Yeah.
And of course, in Moto 2 and Moto GP, of course, tyre degradation and tyre management is a massive part of racing. We all see the guys in Moto GP. Some of them jump to the front, and then by half race distance, they're back 8th, 9th, 10th. Some of them falling back to 15th place, and some of them falling right off the points just because they've burned up that tyre too fast, too soon, left themselves nothing for the back end of the race. So I can see that tyre strategy is going to become more and more critical throughout the seasons. And given that you've already got a good head start on tyre management, you've got a good understanding of how crucial that's going to be for your career, I think you're putting yourself in a really good place going forward.
Yeah, exactly. I think, to be honest, it's probably one of the more difficult aspects to understand because, it's pretty hard to manage a tyre. On these bigger bikes, it's a lot easier because you have a much bigger tyre to manage. But, yeah, on those skinny Moto3 tyres, it's really difficult. So, yeah, it's something that you've actually got to fail at it to learn how to do it properly. You've got to burn up those tyres real fast to know that that's not what you're supposed to do. And then once you understand it, it's a real difficult one because, there's some races this year where, the guys at the front, they'll just go off in the distance, but you just need to tell yourself, don't push, just wait, let the tyre come to you. Because, yeah, it's going to pay dividends at the end of the race, because it's not like here we have, 8-lap races or so. We're racing 20, 25 laps. So, we're on track for 35 minutes. So it's not a sprint, it's an endurance. And, tyres are probably one of the most difficult things and most important things to manage about that year.
Yeah, so it's good that you've already given yourself a solid base and a good understanding of that for the future. Like I say, I see a lot of riders who don't understand the tyre management aspect and they think that it's all about one-lap pace. One-lap pace is important for your qualifying, but beyond that, one-lap pace really doesn't matter, I think. And I noticed that over the last year, certainly the last 12 months of Moto3, I've been watching you and you've been working on your race pace and your consistency, your tyre management, and the one-lap speed hasn't been so critical to you. I think in a lot of cases that may have held you back a little bit with your qualifying. Are you looking to change anything around that for the next season?
Yeah, definitely. I think, this season I had pretty much every aspect, I did it at least one round per year really well, except for the quali. The quali, when I did qualify well, still, just inside the top 10, which was a great quali for me this year, it makes your life so much easier. I think it was Germany where I qualified 8th in the wet quali, and then by lap 1 I was 3rd. It's like it just makes your life so much easier. And to saying that though, Moto3, you don't need to qualify the best because it's a big group, but yeah, it makes your life so much easier. But I think me and the team this year we've had a real focus on that, that long run pace, learning how to manage those tyres and stuff. Because yeah, the one lap speed is something that you can teach, but that long run pace is really difficult to understand, and at the end of the day, the points are on Sunday, not on qualifying. That's sort of my way about it. But yeah, thinking ahead to this year, it's something I do want to improve, that quali, because yeah, the quali is almost like that tyre management. It's not just about being the fastest guy on track. It's about following someone, getting a slipstream and stuff like that. It's a real strategic aspect in that as well. So I think yeah, it's going to be a fun year trying to tag onto those guys and play those, we call them silly games and stuff. Just making sure I'm on the right side of Simon Crafer's office. But yeah.
The whole silly game aspect of it, though, I think a lot of people watching from the outside, they don't understand how critical it is to be on the right point on the track at the right time with the other riders in the right group that you can tag on the back of and get the toe or the flow or see where someone else is slightly better than you. Maybe you can change your entry point or your braking, your throttle application point, or lots of little things by following a different rider. And sometimes it's key to that is pulling off and moving over and letting the other guys through and picking your spot on the track. I think a lot of people don't really see that, and they see it as silly game playing. I think, though, towards the back end of the sessions, when the time becomes very critical, when we're in the last 4 or 5 laps, I think that's when the frustration comes for people, when people pull out mid-session or mid-lap or try and drop into another race's qualifying lap.
Yeah.
I think that's when the frustration comes.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of gamesmanship, I guess you could say, in Moto3 World Championship. Probably my least favourite rule, to be honest, is the yellow flag rule. When there's a yellow flag, your lap's cancelled automatically. Actually, the best quality of the year in Germany, I qualified 8th, but I should have been on pole position. But, I did 3 pole laps in a row, but every lap got cancelled because of a yellow flag. And that sort of stuff is frustrating. But even then, when someone, pulls into your line when you're on a fast lap or even sometimes just there distracting you, that sort of stuff can really, peeve you off. And even with that, going back to that yellow flag rule, there's been times this year where, a rider would crash, but they'd stay on the ground for an extra 10, 15 seconds, keep that yellow flag out for longer,
Yep.
because then he knows he's going to cancel everyone's lap,
That
after
was
that.
on a hot lap behind him.
To be fair, I won't lie, I did it once this year, and it did pay off. I did go straight to Q2, but and at the end of the day, as I say, people see it as silly games, but you don't see it in Moto2 or MotoGP, you only see it in Moto3 because that's actually, it's what the class is.
It's part of the gamesmanship.
And even today, like in some of the other races, you see people, waiting for that slipstream down the straight. It's no different to that stuff in Moto3, except, you're just doing it for a fast lap.
Yep.
And, there was times this year where, I'd get a really good run down the straight, a good slipstream, but then a rider would just, fully force me off the track because he doesn't want me to take advantage of that.
Yep.
And once that lap's gone, it's gone,
Yep.
And
you only get so many shots at it with your qualifying tyres as well, don't you?
That's the other thing with those Pirellis. They don't last very long because we have two different compounds, the medium and the soft. Obviously, you put the soft on for quali, and it changes track by track because every track's got a different surface, but some tracks you get 1-2 laps maximum at a quali lap, because I think that's another big reason why the one lap was so difficult, just understanding how much you actually have to extract out of that tyre, because, as I said, I'm used to, trying to make the tyre last for a while, whereas actually, you only need to do one lap.
Yep.
That's all it is. You just got to thrash that tyre. If you don't do it on the first lap, you got one more chance. You don't do it on that second lap, then
it's toast anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And that must be quite difficult, especially for a guy like yourself who focuses on consistency and distance race pace, just to be able to switch that off in an instant and plug your brain into one lap maniac.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's been times this year, like we have a FP2 session, which is our race pace session, and sometimes my race pace would be up there inside the top 10 best race paces if you look at the sheet, but I'd be sitting 18th because some guys would put on a new set of tyres and make a fast lap, because the difference between race pace and a fast lap is almost 1 second, because you can't run a quali lap pace the whole race because then your tyre's just going to get destroyed, and understanding that, it's not like New Zealand where you can run at quali pace the whole race time because you're not racing for that long.
That's right.
But yeah, it's pretty, it's a hard one to wrap your head around, and I think that's what this first year was about, trying to understand, I guess, the ways of the class, and once you understand it well, then you're set up for that second year,
Yep. So how many years do you think you'll stay in Moto3? You're looking for a 2 or 3 year sort of deal?
It's hard to say, it's my goal for 2027 is to be in Moto2, this year to try and do everything I need to do to get a Moto2 contract,
Great.
To move up the classes, because it's not like you're, how do I say it? It's not like you're, you got to always think ahead.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, I'm in Moto3, but my goal isn't Moto3, it's to be a MotoGP world champion, So
Absolutely.
you have to think forward, and in doing that, the next step is Moto2.
Yep.
As well, I always enjoy the big bikes. I feel like
sure.
the Moto2 bike would suit me quite well. It's just one of those things, you just got to make sure you do everything that you need to do. I know if I do good results, then that Moto2 contract will come.
Yep.
And maybe I'll have to stay another year in Moto3, I don't know. That's the thing. It's not like you have a magic 8 ball that can tell you, but I know that if I do all my job and do everything correctly, it will be a good year.
Of course. And I think for the people out there to understand that there's more to doing the job than just your podium positions or your race position, It's about doing the right things for the team, presenting yourself well, being available to the team and the sponsors, talking about the right things, talking about the good things that have happened over the course of your weekend, being positive about the aspects going forward, rather than dwelling on the things that have gone wrong and what's happened in the past, and just being able to move forward and look and carry a positive attitude. And I see you do that all the time, and it stands you in good stead going forward. It's the typical Kiwi way, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing, from Wednesday all the way till the end of the race on Sunday, we're full out, doing lots of media stuff, lots of promotion stuff, lots of sponsorship stuff. I had before Phillip Island this year, which was kind of like the home GP, I guess you could say.
Sure.
I came back to New Zealand for what was supposed to be a week and a half, but I had to leave early because I had to go to Australia to do promotion stuff,
Yeah.
But that's the job. That's what you got to do. And at the end of the day, without sponsors, you're not racing,
Yeah.
And I think that's probably something that a lot of people neglect. It's not just about being fast on a bike. You got to be able to be good at media. You got to be able to put in the work on things off the track, because at the end of the day, that's where everyone is.
Yeah.
There's only 26 guys on the track. But yeah, a lot of that behind the scenes stuff is crucial. It can make or break your career, you know. So I think putting a real emphasis on that stuff is crucial. Yeah.
I think that might be something that is missing from the New Zealand scene, is people getting out there and actually promoting their sponsors, promoting the people who help them. I think maybe it's because we're quite niche and quite small time. You know, we look at our fields here today, you know, 8 to 10 bikes per class. But the people who are investing money, the people who are backing, the people who are helping, I think they still deserve the recognition. And I think it's important that riders go out there and thank their sponsors publicly, whether it's through their social media accounts or whether it's actually going and taking in their sponsors a coffee and a muffin and saying, hey, mate, thank you very much. Because of your help, I achieved this position over the weekend and I want to thank you for it. I think that's missing a little bit in New Zealand racing, and I think having you talking about the importance of it might add a bit of credibility to what goes on.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, at the end of the day, there's only one person on the bike, unless it's sidecars. But you know, there's only one person on the bike, but it actually takes a whole team of people to get that bike on that track. You know, especially with me doing what I'm doing. You know, it's not a cheap sport. It's a super expensive sport, and it only gets more expensive, I guess. You know, the higher up in the level you go. But at the end of the day, it takes a whole crew, a whole family to get that there, you know. So, yeah, I think it's at the end of the day, without my sponsors, without my family, I'm nothing. You know, I wouldn't be racing bikes.
So let's give your sponsors a plug, mate.
Well, I mean, I got my jacket on, so it's actually a bit easier. But yeah, and you know, I guess with my helmet sponsor, LS2, you know, Fuzzport boots, the boot sponsor. I don't have a leather brand sponsoring me at the moment, but the ones I'm wearing today, Giuseppe, them as well, Rainer's gloves and stuff like that. Especially KMD Development, Grant Shivers and that whole team, you know. I asked Grant if I could, you know, have a go on the 600. You know, I was like, mate, you know, I'm doing nothing over the holidays. Would you mind if I take the 600 out and race here in the NZGP? And he was, no worries, mate, for sure. Awesome. You know, he'd love to have me on the team. And, yeah, you know, Grant's also been a big supporter of mine for a very long time, you know. So, yeah, I think... as I said, it takes a whole crew, you know. Mum and Dad, they should have mentioned them first. They're the biggest sponsors, you know. But
the bank of Mum and Dad.
Yeah, exactly right. The bank account of Mum and Dad. But yeah, you know, it's at the end of the day, as I said, I'm nothing without them, and yeah, internally grateful for them because you know, above you know the goal and the dream of being a MotoGP World Champion, the main thing is you're having fun, and you know, I'm able to call racing, which is my way of having fun, my job, you know. So I'm in a pretty lucky position compared to others. So yeah.
That's great, mate. I'm stoked that you're going so well, and you know you're a great ambassador for the sport, and you're a great ambassador for New Zealand. So I'd like to thank you for coming up, mate, and spending some time with me and having a chat with me. Wish you all the best for the rest of the weekend. You got one more race to go.
Yep.
Looking to take the pole on that and take the win.
It'll be difficult with those two super white boys, but I'll give it a good crack and try and have some fun with them and try and put on a good show for the rest of the crowd and you know, end the day on a smile. Yeah.
Well, of course, we've got to remember though that while you're racing on the track with those boys during the race, you're not actually competing for points with them in that race. You know, you 600 guys, you start right beside the thousands, you're mixed in with them, but you can ignore them other than the fact that they're in front of you.
Yeah, it's actually quite good because yesterday I had a good, I guess you could say, a carrot to follow, you know, good reference to try and catch and stuff, and I was kind of hoping that they'd battle a bit more so I could catch up a bit closer, but anyway, we'll see what happens in this last race, and it's good to finally be able to race actually with the KMD racing team. You know, I haven't raced with them before, so it's good, you know, we're all having fun, you know, all joking around and stuff like that. So it's a privilege to be part of such a good team.
Nice, mate. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. And we'll give you a raffle one last plug.
Yep. No. Feel free to buy as many tickets as you want. I guess the more tickets, the more chance that you got. But yeah, that's my championship winning replica bike from 2024. So it's capable of doing 58s around Teretonga, which I think is a very prestigious thing. So it's a pretty cool piece of kit, and as I said, it's got all the bits and bobs on it. So it's I'm a bit jealous actually.
58s around Teretonga, mate. You've got me sitting here shaking my head. 58s on a 600 round Teretonga. I'm just befuddled by that.
Yeah,
that's amazing. The pace off the end of the straight through that big sweeper must be amazing on the 600 through there.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm from Invercargill, so I'm a bit biased, but Teratong is the best track in the world. I love that place. It's home. Even when you race in Mugello or something, nothing beats Teratong on a good day, which is very rare in Invercargill. But yeah.
Oh, come on! I've seen many a good day in Invercargill. That track surface, despite the weather conditions, it provides amazing grip. It doesn't matter whether it's wet or dry. There's always fantastic mechanical grip to be had there. Sometimes a little hard on the tyres if you haven't got your tyres set up quite right.
Certainly.
But, again, learning about settings and setup and changing conditions, Teratong is an ideal place for learning that.
Exactly right. It's probably also helped me in becoming good at tyre management, Even though it's, not the same as a Mugello or a Circuit of the Americas or something, you can still gain so much just from being here. And, that's part of the reason why I wanted to do this weekend, because as much as it is just to get track time, it's also to learn things and to prepare myself for this year, So, yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good fun.
Awesome, mate. Awesome. Oh, mate, we wish you all the best for the next race and all the best for your future career. Look forward to seeing you come through on Moto3. And, dude, I've got to say, I love watching you on TV.
No, thank you very much. Hey. No, it's cool. But thank you very much. And, looking forward to the next one.
Nice one. Cheers. Appreciate it. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, a lovely bit of information there from Cormac Buchanan. It was interesting hearing about the importance of tyre management on an international scene, not something we see a lot of here in New Zealand unless you're on a superbike riding in the Nationals, at which point a little bit of tyre management comes into play. Most of our racing here in New Zealand, sprint racing of course,
6, 8 or 10 laps maximum. Tyre management plays less of a role in that. But as we get into the 20-lap races at the Nationals, you'll find the pace backed down a little bit to make sure that there's still some tyre, some rubber left at the end of the race. So thanks very much to Cormac Buchanan and the team for spending the time to come to these events. So we've just got a brief break in proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, while the ambulances are sorted out. Regulations state that we must have an ambulance available and ready for any event during the racing, and at the moment our ambulance team are currently tied up, so we just have to hold off for a little bit until things are all sorted downstairs, and then we'll be underway again. So coming up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Formula 3. Formula 3 has a wide variety of motorcycles in it, from chook chasers, modified adventure bikes or trail bikes, through to early 2000s inline 4-cylinder multis that have been bought out to 450, current model R3s, 320cc twins, and there is Kalen Self again, first out and ready to ride. Good on you, Kalen, from Omaru Honda, showing how it should be done. So this is the Casbolt's Motorcycles Formula 3 Pro Twin, Super Twin and Super Motard race. 6 laps. So this is a bona fide sprint race. No tyre management required for this race. Although I will say that most of the riders here have probably had the same tyre on all weekend, and perhaps it's getting a little thin in the rubber now. Good looking field for the Formula 3s. 31 bikes entered. So watch out for Luke Ryder, Johnny Lewis, Chris Huddlestone, Kane Squire, another name to look out for. Dennis Charlotte, of course, bike number 15. Will Furness, bike number 173. Will's been having a few struggles this weekend. He's fitted the Bridgestones in preparation for the coming NZSBK series, and he's found that the change of tyre has completely altered the setup of his bike, so he's just struggling to get his setup back into play, but he's made a couple of changes over the day, found a couple of adjustments that have improved things. Hopefully he's made a couple more and things will continue to get better for him. But it just goes to show that changing tyre, as Cormac stated, can completely change your race.
So just a little reminder that after the racing today, we do have prize giving down at the bar at the Chris Amon Cafe, or the Chris Amon Club Bar and Cafe. So there'll be prize giving there. There'll be a few man shandies or female shandies to go down if you feel that way inclined. So do make sure you come along to the prize giving, support the riders who are getting their trophies. It's always nice to clap and cheer for the winners. Please come along and show your support. So everyone just starting to form up for their Formula 3. So there we have Kane Squire rolling into position 2. Will Furness sitting there in position 4 on the front row. Dennis Charlotte just rolling in on his R7, bike number 15, getting himself into position. And there is Luke Ryder pulling up on position number 1, pole position. So here we go, ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Lights are on, and we're away, and it's a bit of a slow start for Luke Ryder and a bit of a wheel stand. A great start by Kane Squire, Dennis Charlotte. Will Furness a little sluggish off the front row as well, and that looks like it's Kane Squire leading into turn 1. So a good start from Kane Squire. Bit of broken in the field there. It looks like Kane's got away to an excellent start. Watch for the braking jewels as they come down into the Euromark hairpin. Hard to pick out the bikes there. There's Johnny Lewis just making a pass into the right-hander and coming up into 6th position. Johnny's bike's easy to pick out. The fluorescent wheels really help. So just a wee tip to the riders, if you want to make it easier for your bike to be called out, put some graphic colours on it that are easy to see. Black bikes are hard to call. So at the front we do have Luke Ryder. He's managed to get it all together and get out a good gap, and it looks like Dennis Charlotte's pulled through into 2nd position. No, that's Kane Squire into 2nd. So is that Dennis in 3rd? We'll find out as they come around the CMG Motorcycles Indian corner, and it will be Luke Ryder leading them out, ahead of Dennis Charlotte, Kane Squire and Chris Huddlestone. Great ride again from Chris Huddlestone. Absolutely showing that he is here to play. But it's all Luke Ryder at the front with a 1:44.208. Dennis Charlotte behind him a 1:45.108. So a 1.1 second gap on the first lap, and doesn't it show? So here we come as they race down to the Euromark hairpin with Luke Ryder with a substantial lead of over 50 metres. Dennis Charlotte having a really good run in 2nd place, trying to close down that gap with Kane Squire in 3rd and Chris Huddlestone in 4th. And as they loop round into the left-hander, turn 7, a bit of a late entry, a bit of a late apex so that you can stay a bit to the left to get into Nana's, which is a double apex tightening radius right-hander. Quite a weird corner for New Zealand. It is a difficult and technical corner. It does lead you to run out really, really wide on the exit. So you've got to be gentle on the throttle application on the exit there. But as we tip in, it is Dennis Charlotte closing the gap on Luke Ryder. And in fact, that gap's come down considerably, with Kane Squire holding a solid 3rd position from Chris Huddlestone. going back from Chris, we will have Will Furness, then Johnny Lewis, Samuel Eagle, Rob Edwards, Harrison Shanks, and Craig Feathery rounding out the top 10. But as we cross the line, it's Luke Ryder with Dennis Charlotte putting in the fastest lap of the race to trying to close that gap down. And he is managing to close that gap down. The gap's come down to 0.7. So fastest lap of the race so far with a 140.112 to Dennis Charlotte. But Luke Ryder still managing to maintain a decent buffer. Seeing Kane Swire coming quite hot on the brakes. Is he going to be able to get it stopped and turned? He does. Chris Huddlestone's all over the back end of him now, though, as they run up through the kinky S's up into the Fulton Hogan right-hander. Chris Huddlestone's definitely closing on Kane Squire now. And we're watching Dennis Charlotte closing the gap also. So that gap's coming down to 0.6 now. So Luke Ryder giving up a little bit of position to Dennis Charlotte. He's holding firm against Kane Squire with Chris Huddlestone banging on the door looking for a way through. And there is Chris having a good look into the right-hander. And look at that, the gap's closed up. First to fourth is now half the distance is what it was. And Dennis Charlotte right on the back of Luke Ryder now. I wonder if the pace and all the riding is starting to show on Luke. Perhaps his tyres are starting to disappear from him. But Dennis Charlotte is definitely closing the gap. And look at that, Chris Huddlestone having a big look. But he's not able to get it done there. So here we go around the sweeper onto the main straight. It is Luke Ryder by a couple of bike lengths now from Dennis Charlotte, with Kane Squire a couple of bike lengths to Chris Huddlestone. There is nothing in it, first to second, and again third to fourth. It looks like Luke Ryder's bike's got the speed down the straights, but certainly Dennis Charlotte giving up nothing through the infield. It looks like Luke pulls a couple of bike lengths, maybe 20 metres over the course of the length of the straight. But just watch Dennis Charlotte as they come through Link, Kink, and drop down the chute into Euromark Hairpin. You'll see the gap close up. And again, Chris Huddlestone having another look at Kane Squire as they come into the hairpin. And there we go. There's that gap closing up. It will stretch again as they come out of the hairpin. But look at what Dennis has managed to do. He's managed to close up 2 bike lengths through there. Chris has also managed to close up 2 bike lengths on Kane Squire. So it's all on, ladies and gentlemen. The battle for first and second is hotting up. There's Dennis Charlotte having a quick look up the inside. He's probably not going to get it done there, but it shows how close he is if he's thinking about where to make the pass. He's going to try for a good run up the right-hander and maybe a look into the double left into the dipper. He's not close enough through the right-hander, but if he carries a good amount of speed through here, he can get a good run, and he is trying it, and he tries, but he just cannot get it in there. But at least now we know he's going to try, and he's having a look around the outside. He's trying everything. He knows that he's got the measure of Luke Ryder. He knows Luke's tyres are going away from him. He just needs to get in front before the end of the sweeper for the CMG Indian sweeper, and he will be away. Of course, I don't think Dennis can win it from the slipstream in second position. I believe that Luke Aprilia has the legs on him down the straight. And here we go. We'll find out for sure. Yes, the Aprilia definitely has the legs. So Dennis Charlotte will need to be leading by 3 bike lengths or more as they come out of the Indian CMG motorcycle sweeper to be able to take the win in this race. Looking back to Kane Squire. Kane's holding a very, very solid third place in this. Absolutely great riding with Chris Huddlestone all over the back of him, monstering him the entire race. And if we look back through the paddock, I can see groups of 2s and 3s forming everywhere. Look at that into the dipper. There we have Carlin Self having a good battle. But as we look back to the leaders coming into the CMG Motorcycles hairpin, Euromark hairpin, it is Luke Ryder by 3 bike lengths ahead of Dennis Charlotte with a 6 or 7 bike lengths back to third place, and then another 3 bike lengths back to fourth with Chris Huddlestone sitting in fourth place. In fifth place and sixth place, we have another good battle going on, and that is Johnny Lewis and Will Furness. So Will Furness in fifth, Johnny Lewis in sixth. So that's a battle of the Nelsonians going on right there. Johnny Lewis has had a year off racing. He had a major dirt bike crash in Australia and broke his pelvis. So good to see Johnny back and fighting for it. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the back markers again. And where are we going to go? We're going up the inside. No problem at all there. Both Luke Ryder and Dennis Charlotte through. And there goes Kane Squire through. Is Chris going to be able to make his way through? He does. Everyone gets through cleanly. No problem there. But look at that. Dennis Charlotte now right on the back wheel of Luke Ryder. And it's all to play for, ladies and gentlemen, because the white flag is being shown. And here we go. Here we go. No, it's not being shown. Next lap, maybe. Oh, no, it is out. The white flag is out. So last lap coming up. Last lap. Now, where are we? The leader's coming into Link Kink, and it looks like Luke Ryder's pulled a bit of a gap. He must have got a really good drive out of turn 2. But look at the speed. Dennis Charlotte carries through Link Kink. He is right on him, and he's going for the pass. Look at that. He is making the pass stick. He has absolutely fired it in. He has come from Invercargill to make that pass. What an absolute dive bomb move. Now, he needs to carry 3 or 4 bike lengths from him, from Luke, to be able to get away and hold the distance down the straight, because that bike of Luke Ryder will outdraft him and outrun him down to the finish line. So here we go as they roll around Nana's corner. It is Dennis Charlotte from Luke Ryder, from Kane Squire and Chris Huddlestone. But it's all on, ladies and gentlemen. And we do have a lapper that might come into play here as well. And that lapper will come into play at around the entrance to the CMG motorcycle sweeper. It is going to be all on, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Dennis Charlotte coming through, and he's going to roll around the outside over the top. He doesn't. He holds it up. He holds back, and Luke Ryder has a lunge up the inside. Now it's all on. We have the run down the straight. Is it going to be Dennis Charlotte? Does he have the power to hold off Luke Ryder? I don't think he does. Look at that. Aprilia comes swooping around the outside and just rides over the top. And Chris Huddlestone takes a magnificent 3rd place. So there seems to be some confusion, ladies and gentlemen. So this will be interesting to see how this race is called later out at some stage. In my book, I have Luke Ryder out at some stage. In my book, I have winning from Dennis Charlotte, with Chris Huddlestone taking a very, very fine .014 third place ahead of Kane Squire. Absolutely brilliantly ridden by all the riders in that race. Dennis Charlotte riding fantastic, just lacking a wee bit of power coming off the CMG motorcycle sweeper, which allowed Kane Squire to ride over the top of him for the win. Brilliant racing. Congratulations to everyone. Good ride from Will Furness as well, back in 4th place, and Johnny Lewis as well in 5th, both on Aprilia RS660s. Those bikes are showing their worth in the class now. Definitely worth a look if you're considering a Formula 3 bike. So up next we will have the Traction Motorcycles 250 production. Traction Motorcycles, your home of KTM and Kawasaki in Christchurch City at 100 Gasson Street. So we have a bit of controversy in that last race, ladies and gentlemen. We're a bit of an error with the flagging. But according to my timer, that was definitely a win to Luke Ryder with Dennis Charlotte in second and Chris Huddlestone by .018 into third place. Brilliant ride from Chris. Well done, Neil, for doing the engine work and the tuning on Chris Huddlestone's bike. Brilliant job. So that's Neil Freeman from NZ doing some performance tuning and certainly paying off on the Chris Huddlestone bike. Up next we have 250 Production. 250 Production supported by Traction Motorcycles, your home of KTM and Kawasaki here in Christchurch. Traction Motorcycles, 100 Gasson Street. Pop in and check out the smoking hot deals on KTM. So while we've got a wee minute, I'll pull out a rider profile. Randomly reach into the pile. Here we have one. Michael Green, race number 6, racing in the bucket class. Based in which town is one of the questions. Sydney, Australia. Good man for coming over. So he's racing a Yamaha FZR 1000 Turbo. Yeah, that's right, a turbo. It's half an FZR 250 and an FZR 250 chassis with an R6 shock, a link management ECU for full engine management. It's a twin valve 4-cylinder water-cooled 18,000 RPM bucket. What a classic piece of kit that would be. He's been racing for 12 years off and on. And how did he get started? Well, Mum blames Dad, who has bucket raced since the early 1980s. Well, there you go, Dad. It's all your fault. Good job. Major riding achievement, he won the sidecar bucket GP at Tokoroa. And a fun fact, he high-sided his track bike, an R6, the first time out. I bet that wasn't fun. There we go, rider profile, Michael Green, racer number 6 in the bucket class. So in this class today, we've had some really good racing from Eli Leonard, who won the first race, chased home by Jack Cotton. So let's see if they can reverse the roles this time, see if Jack can manage to take the win from pole position. And we're missing Tweety, Rochelle Rafferty, from this race after a crash in the previous race. Didn't have time to get her bike or herself back together and ready for the race, so she's chosen to sit this one out. Here we go, the lights are on, ready to go, and we get a great start. And what a great start that is. Absolutely outstanding from Jack Cotton. And Eli Leonard slips in behind him. We're having a run down to turn 1, and it's going to be Jack Cotton's going to take the whole shot. But Eli Leonard having a big look up the inside. Jack just drops across the front of him. That causes Eli to give an extra tug on the brakes, loses a couple of bike links because of it. But he comes straight back at him. And look at the advantage that bike of Eli Leonard's has as he gets on the throttle. As they roll down towards the Euromark hairpin, it is Jack Cotton ahead of Eli Leonard. Jack's got a couple of bike links break. He's got almost half a second there from first to second and another half second back from second to third, with Samuel Fraser in third place, with Harrison Shanks sitting back in fourth. Harrison's been making some changes to his suspension over the last little while, trying to fine-tune the bike. Maybe he's made a change that hasn't quite suited him this time. But Jack Cotton leading from the front as they come around as they come around Nana's up to the right-hander, the first part of the Southern Salvage S's into turn 9. It's got a good little gap there, 3/4 of a second gap. Now back to Eli Leonard in second place. But it's still all to play for. 3/4 of a second is not much. And as they roll around the CMG Indian Motorcycle Sweeper onto the main straight, it is Eli Leonard, but that gap has closed down. And in fact, Jack Cotton has been closed down by Eli Leonard, and there goes Eli looking for the pass. He got a good slipstream, and he has affected the pass. Now it's going to come down to a braking duel, and look at that, Jack Cotton on the brakes, stuffs it up the inside into turn 1. That's a really, really brave place to make that pass. Comes leaning across, and they're side by side as they come through the little kink down the waistcoat straight, which isn't really a straight. Side by side as they tip in for link kink, and that is absolutely a tough place to be on the outside of there, and Eli Leonard has just found that out. However, Eli Leonard just put in a really, really good lap time, a 1:59.612 to close up that gap compared to a 1:59.9. So that's how come the gap closed down. It was Eli Leonard putting in a really, really good lap time. Certainly not a case of Jack Cotton getting off the throttle. However, it does seem to have spurred Jack on a little bit. He's put his head down and going for it again, trying to pull out a little bit of a gap. Now he's going to have to be careful, because if Eli can get in that slipstream, he's already proven he's got the power to make the pass. So as they come into the right-hander of the Southern Salvage S's, it is Jack Cotton with a 2 bike length advantage over Eli Leonard. Eli looked a wee bit untidy as he was braking into the right-hander there. Oh, and again, looks like he's having a little bit of problems with that right-hand side of the front tyre. Left-hand side of the front tyre. He's just looking to be pushing a little bit. And here we go, around the sweeper. Look at Eli Leonard close the gap as they come around the sweeper. Now, is he going to make the move? Is he going to show his hand before the start-finish line? Has he got the power to get the job done? He's certainly going to make the pass by the end of the straight, but it doesn't appear that he's got the power to pull out from the CMG corner and make the run down the straight. And look at that, again Jack Cotton on the brakes into turn 1, absolutely stuffs it up the inside of Eli Leonard. Eli Leonard, best lap of the race, a 1:54.618, and still Jack Cotton comes back at him. And as they come down for the run down to Euromark hairpin, it is Jack Cotton, and he is later on the brakes. Can he get it stopped? Can he get it turned? He does, and he does a brilliant job of it. And in fact, Eli Leonard runs a little bit wide, loses a little bit of time, maybe a bike length as they come out of the Euromark corner. And as they run up into Fulton Hogan, it's a great passing space if you're really, really close, but not close enough there from Eli Leonard. And as they roll around back into Nana's corner, it is Jack Cotton by a couple of bike lengths, but look at the run Eli Leonard gets on. He's running right around the outside. He's going to try and make a run for the right-hander into the Southern Salvage S's. He's close, he's not close enough. He's not going to get it done, but is he going to get the run for the stuff it up the inside for the left-hander? He's not. He had a look at it, but he couldn't get it done again. So it's going to come down to where can he make the move? Where can he make the move? Lonely Ride in third place for Harrison Shanks now. Harrison seems to be on top of the handling of that bike, and in fact he's actually closing down the gap to second place. The dicing that's going on between first and second is allowing Harrison to close up that gap. So good to see Harrison Shanks having a good result here today on his Kawasaki Ninja 250 in the traction motorcycle supported race. And look at that, there we go. He does have the power to make the move after the exit of the CMG Motorcycles sweeper. That is Eli Leonard, and again the fastest lap, this time a 54.253 compared to a 54.392. And again, Jack Cotton slams it up the inside into turn 1, turn 2, and comes out leading. So it's all to go again, and Eli Leonard has it all to do again. So Jack now knows that he needs to be leading by some margin as he comes out of the CMG Motorcycle sweeper, because he has been passed by Eli as they come out of there. Sometimes, however, we have riders who play little games, maybe roll off the throttle a little bit and give their competitor the false hope that they can draft and pass. I've seen it many a time. It's called gamesmanship, and it's something that's very, very popular, especially in the Moto 3 class, as we were talking with Cormac Buchanan about gamesmanship. It's not cheating, it's not dirty tactics, it's gamesmanship. Oh, and there we go, Eli Leonard having a look up the inside into the right-hander of the Southern Salvage, and he gets the job done. Now Jack Cotton having a look over the top. He can't get it done. He's going to try and come through the inside, and he does so into the double left. What a fantastic move. I've seen that pass a couple of times today. Absolutely brilliant from Jack Cotton over Eli Leonard, and he's made himself a little bit of a gap. But is it enough, ladies and gentlemen? Is it enough to prevent the draft? And look at that. There's Eli Leonard having a big run at him and a big lunge. Now, it's all about the drive out onto the straight. Jack Cotton's got a good run, but Eli Leonard's holding a tighter line. They've come out side by side, and it's going to be all about the run to the straight. I think it's going to be Eli Leonard. Jack Cotton tucks in behind him to try and get some draft. It's not going to be enough, ladies and gentlemen. It is Eli Leonard that takes the win from Jack Cotton. Brilliant ride from Jack Cotton. Just pipped at the post. Excellent ride from Harrison Shanks in third place with his fastest lap of the race with a 1:54.740. Absolutely outstanding riding. And there goes the unnamed, unknown rider on the NSR 150. Absolutely lovely little bike. There goes Angela Charlotte through. Samuel Fraser, also a good ride from Samuel. So great racing there in the 300 Supersport class. Next through will be Kira Cust. A good ride from Kira with a 2:05.787. Then Carl Wahoo, a 2:05.7. So there we have the conclusion of that race. Eli Leonard taking the win ahead of Harrison Shanks, Angela Charlotte. Looks like We've lost Jack Cotton at some stage. So there we go. Confirmed first position Eli Leonard, second place Harrison Shanks, third place Angela Charlotte, fourth Samuel Fraser, fifth Kira Cust, sixth Carl Waho. And there is Noah Gorey going across the line. And we have the motorsport recovery vehicle going out to pick up Jack Cotton, who is parked out down the bottom of turn 2 at the Abbott's corner. It's good close racing there up until the last lap. Then all Jack's efforts of hard braking and dedicated diving into turn 1, turn 2 came to naught. But a good race nonetheless, and a great result for Eli Leonard taking out the win with Harrison Shanks in second place and Angela Charlotte a well-deserved third place. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 300 Super Sport. A mixture of Yamaha R3s and KTM RC 390s. So the 300 Supersport Series is very closely contested. A lot of parity between the bikes. You're not allowed to do much to them. They have to remain essentially standard inside the engine. Few suspension modifications are allowed, and that's about the end of it. Slip-on muffler or an exhaust system. Maybe change the air filter type. But a careful fettling of the fuel injection, and you're away. So names to watch out for: number 73, Hunter Charlotte; number 75, Diego Petrucci; and number 77, Harriet Grace. All the sevens. Watch out for the bikes with the 70s. Christopher Reynolds had a good run earlier in the day. Will Furness as well. Don't forget to watch out for Carlin Self on the Omaru Honda red and white coloured bike. Absolutely immaculately prepared. A nice little stoppy there. Bike number 75, Diego Petrucci. Just making sure his brakes are working to the full effect. Now we have Hunter Charlotte and Harriet Grace pulling into their respective first and fourth positions, with Lucas Scott sliding up alongside. So we have Dennis Charlotte on the orange bike, number 73. Lucas Scott, number 47. Diego Petrucci, number 75. And Harriet Grace, number 77. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, waiting for the lights to go out. And a good start from Lucas Scott. But Hunter Charlotte, the lightweight, jumps out to first place. And he does lead them as they tip into turn one, but it's a real breaking duel as they come through into turn two. And it does appear to be Hunter Charlotte by a couple of bike lengths. It's always nice to get out front when you can. It's hard for me to pick it, but I'm going to say that may well be Harriet Grace that's popped up into third position. And maybe Christopher Reynolds popped into second. Definitely Hunter Charlotte out in the lead though. And a nice little lead. It is quite handy to have a couple of bike lengths buffer at the early stages of a race. Particularly a short race like this with only 6 laps. It's nice to get out to the front, get yourself a break and get away if you can. Leave the mess to be sorted out behind you for second, third and fourth. And that's exactly what Hunter's trying to do here. He's trying to pull a gap and break the field. He's doing a good job of it as well. He's just got to watch out as they come through the double left. So there's Harriet Grace sitting back in 5th position. So as they roll around the Indian Motorcycles, CMG Motorcycles Indian corner, it is Hunter Charlotte with a reasonably handy lead of 3 or 4 bike lengths as they come down the straight. And he's ahead of Christopher Reynolds, who's just set his the best lap time of the session, with a 147.757. So Hunter Charlotte a 147.9, Christopher Reynolds a 147.7, Diego Petrucci a 148, Lucas Scott a 150, Harriet Grace a 151. So Hunter Charlotte setting the pace, with Christopher Reynolds holding a very handy second position. That'll be a good ride for Chris, ahead of Diego Petrucci and Lucas Scott and Harriet Grace. And as they come out of the Nana's corner, it is Hunter Charlotte by 3 seconds ahead of Christopher Reynolds, who's got a real battle on his hands with Diego Petrucci, having a look at him everywhere. And Diego, of course, does rider training, cornering training skills for young riders. So if you think you want to learn how to ride fast, have a look at Diego and maybe catch up with him in the pits and have a chat to him about doing some personal training. And it is really tight for second and third, but Hunter Charlotte just pulling out bike length after bike length, lap after lap. He's moving away from the entire field, and now it's just a matter of consolidating, and he's acknowledged the signal from the pit wall. He now knows the gap that he's got. He knows comfortably how to manage it. But there is no comfort for Chris Reynolds with Diego Petrucci all over him as they turn into turn 2. And look at that side by side on the way out, and it looks like Diego Petrucci might have made the move. He has. Diego Petrucci's made the move and come through on Christopher Reynolds on the exit of the turn 2. Now he's coming through Link Kink. He's got a big gap to get to make up for first place, but he is going to try hard. If he can get away from Christopher Reynolds, he may well find himself closing down on Hunter Charlotte, but Hunter has a sizable lead and it will take a considerable effort from Diego to close that gap. Not to say it can't be done, because Diego is definitely a determined young man. Christopher Reynolds having a good run through the infield, trying to look to close up that gap, but it looks like Diego's managed to pull a wee bit of a gap on him, a couple of tenths of a second here, a couple of tenths there, and suddenly the gap becomes half a second. And that gives Diego a bit of breathing space. He can forget about the guy behind him and put his head down and concentrate on what's going on in front of him, and maybe pull back a bit of lap time on Hunter Charlotte. Hunter Charlotte, of course, supported. Oh, and there is Diego Petrucci is down. He is down on the exit of the dipper. We've seen it before, ladies and gentlemen. It just tucked the front on the way, cresting the hill. He's going to move the bike out of the way to a safe position. The racing will be able to continue. He is furious with himself. And there goes Hunter Charlotte with a nice, clean ride. Christopher Reynolds picking up a good second place. And that's the story of the day, ladies and gentlemen. You have to stay on the bike to collect the points. Diego Petrucci looking furious with himself. That was his own mistake, nothing forced by anyone else. Maybe the fact that Christopher Reynolds was right on his heels and nipping at him looking to take that second place away might have been enough to put the pressure on Diego. But there we go, that's racing, ladies and gentlemen. And if we look back to the Euromark hairpin, we have Hunter Charlotte with a clear and sizable gap back to second place, which is Christopher Reynolds. And back to third place, Lucas Scott. So that will be a great result for both Christopher Reynolds and Lucas Scott. Harriet Grace running a nice consistent race in fourth position. Rain Webster Steele as well, a great race for Rain in fifth position. Brendan Booth in sixth, Ari Coe in seventh, Carlin Self in eighth. Now, I wonder about Carlin Self, because Carlin Self's actually entered in Supersport B, so that would put her in the front of Supersport B, because the next Supersport B rider would be Charlie Newham. And Charlie's back in 14th place, so that would have Carlin Self in first place Supersport B. And I believe that would have been the case for the entire meeting. So here we go as they run around for another lap. Hunter Charlotte coming out of the CMG Motorcycles corner, followed by Christopher Reynolds. And here we come down across the line. Once again, Hunter acknowledging the signals from Dennis on the pit wall. Dennis giving good guidance about where Hunter is at in the track and where the following riders are. So Hunter now knows he has a sizable gap and that he's on lap 4. 2 laps to go and time to take it easy. Just settle in, enjoy and manage the race from where your position is. With a 6.9 second buffer back to second place. Good racing there between David Hogg and Hannah Ollie as they come across the line for 11th and 12th place. But here we go, looking back to Hunter Charlotte as he enters Nana's. Absolutely fantastic ride from Hunter Charlotte, showing all the class today. Not missing a beat. Great ride from Christopher Reynolds as well in second position, along with Lucas Scott in third. Harriet Grayson fourth, Ryan Webster Steele fifth, Brendan Booth sixth, Ari Coe seventh, Carlin South eighth, but first in Supersport 300B. Kieran Kelly in ninth, Phil Burnage in 10th, David Hogg in 11th, Hannah Ollie 12, Finn Hogg 13, Charlie Newham second in Supersport B and 14th in Supersport 300. Nigel Lennox, Levi Colworth, Nathan Starling, Dean Prattley and Diego Petrucci running round, pulled into the pit in 19th place. So there we go, Hunter Charlotte crossing the line, 1:43.008 is his best time. In the last lap he went round in a 1:43.952, so just backing out of it by 9/10 of a second, but plenty of room to spare because Christopher Reynolds rolling round in a 1:46.2, giving a 9.2 second gap to Hunter Charlotte. And we are on the white flag lap, ladies and gentlemen, with Hunter Charlotte with a commanding lead as he rolls through Fulton Hogan into turn 7. A beautiful line through turn 7 and shows the absolute skill as he comes into turn 8, known as Nana's. Riding beautifully on line, running really nicely out wide. A really good line as he comes into the right-hander for the Southern Salvage S's. A beautiful section through here, just nice and flowing. If you get it right, it is wonderful. And if you look at that style from Hunter Charlotte, that is what is called getting it right. Absolute precision all the way through there, ladies and gentlemen. What a ride from Hunter Charlotte. Great ride as well from Christopher Reynolds. Absolutely brilliant for Christopher to be coming home in second place. And the same for Lucas Scott running around in third, with Harriet Grace coming home in fourth place. Absolutely brilliant. And here we go. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Hunter Charlotte. A fantastic win in the 300 Supersport. And cheer out loud, ladies and gentlemen, for Christopher Reynolds, a second place. Absolutely brilliant riding. And coming down the main straight in third place, we have Lucas Scott. Fantastic riding, Lucas. Well done. And here comes Harriet Grace, the fastest woman in New Zealand road racing, for a well-deserved fourth place in the 300 Supersport class. Fifth place goes to Ryan Webster Steele. Then Brendan Booth, and here we go, it's all on, and who takes it? It is Kieran Kelly by, oh my goodness, 8 thousandths of a second from Carlin South. 8 thousandths of a second, ladies and gentlemen. It was so close that standing here looking at the racetrack finish, I could not differentiate between the two. The timing screen tells me that it was Kieran Kelly ahead of Carlin South, ahead of Ari Coe, Phil Burnage, Hannah Ollie, David Hogg, Finn Hogg, and Charlie Newham. Next comes Nigel Lennox and Levi Cleworth, followed by Nathan Starling, And bringing up the rear of the field with some equally good riding is Dean Prattley. Great riding, Dean. Well done and congratulations. So don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. Up next we have the big guns. Formula One, supported by Race Supplies. Race Supplies, www.racesupplies.co.nz for Arrow exhausts, Capit tyre warmers, West knee sliders, Vortex drive systems, chains and sprockets, Sprint filters, Gale Speed, Tiger Performance, Translogic, GB Racing engine protectors, you name it, Race Supplies can supply it. www.racesupplies.co.nz. Also, Formula 2, supported by Pierce Motorcycles, where Yamaha revs your heart and Royal Enfield is available. Need tyres? Give Jacob at piercemotorcycles.co.nz an email. Ask him specifically about your needs. Jacob Pierce, third position in 600 Supersport today. Great ride from Jacob. He can certainly talk tyres. So sadly today, no Shea Williams from Timaru on his BMW S1000RR. He had a massive get off turn 5 yesterday, ended up pirouetting the bike into the dirt and somewhat flattened it, unable to be repaired in time for today's meeting. So we wish you all the best, Shea, and I look forward to catching up with you shortly. Warren Hudson had a great ride today. I'm not allowed to say his age, but I can tell you for sure that Warren Hudson's been racing for a very, very long time. Started racing back in the 80s of all places, believe it or not. So Warren Hudson today achieved his personal best lap time ever around Ruapuna, so it just goes to show age is no barrier. Keep on pushing. Well done, Warren Hudson, for your race results today. And here we go, riders heading out. That is Dan Jenkins heading out on bike number 16. Bike number 17, Dale Finch. There goes Cormac Buchanan heading out. Bike number 14. Small mechanical problem in the last race, which caused a wee get off at the end of the straight, but everything all sorted now, and Cormac ready to go. He'll be looking to get in and start dicing with the thousands, wanting to take the fight to Alistair Hugenbosom and Dale Finch on the Yamaha R1s. Of course, Cormac outpowered riding the little 600, but the corner speed, the advantage that the 600 carries may make up for some of that. Then we have Dan Jenkins. Dan getting out early, likes to be really prepared, sitting on the front row of the grid, mentally prepared and orientated and set for the start. Likes to get out early, give his tyres a real good push, make sure they're clean and ready to go. Dale Finch rolling round, just easing his bike into it. Aaron Scott as well on the Aprilia. Aaron had a great ride today too. So there is Dan Jenkins, first to form up on the grid. Couple of deep breaths and gets himself set. Followed to the grid by Alistair Hugenbosom. And there is Cormac Buchanan rolling up into second position. Bike number 17, Dale Finch, rolling into pole position. Warren Hudson, we spoke about him earlier. Warren achieving his personal best ever around Ruapuna today. Congratulations on that result, Warren. John Lowther, bike number 42, rolling into position spot 7 on the grid. Jacob Pearce, bike number 54, P8. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, ready for the start. The lights are on, ready for the go. And it's a good start from Cormac Buchanan. Gets the jump on the field. Now just watch those thousands roar past him. Diving to the inside goes Alistair Hugenbosom, but it looks like Cormac Buchanan's got the whole shot. He will get run down as they come out of the down the Waste Coast Straight, but I'm sure he's expecting that. Brave and brave and brave around the outside, and look at that. The speed he's carrying down there, absolutely phenomenal, and he's having a look. Oh, my goodness. A 600 taking the fight. That's Alistair Hugenbosom in the front with Cormac Buchanan in second. Definitely Cormac Buchanan in second, but is that Dale Finch in the lead? Oh, squeezy as they come through there. And look at that, Cormac Buchanan all over the lead rider on that little 600. Fantastic to watch. And let's sort out who's in the front as they come out. Look at Cormac Buchanan. He's having a look on the way into the CMG motorcycle sweeper. Now, this is where the performance of the thousands goes. Look at that. Cormac Buchanan just stuffs it up the inside and leads as they come across the start-finish. Look at the thousands. Absolutely just go. So that's Alistair Hugenbosom in front of Cormac Buchanan and Dale Finch. 1:37.283 for Alistair Hugenbosom, 1:37.6 for Cormac Buchanan, a 1:38.04 for Dale Finch. Dan Jenkins, a 1:38.3. So here we go, and it's all on as they come down through the link kink, and it is Alistair Hugenbosom with a sizable lead, but watch for Cormac Buchanan on the brakes and through the infield. He will do everything he can to close that gap. He wants to show that he can run with these thousands no matter what. He's got a massive horsepower disadvantage, but his riding style is phenomenal, so let's see how he goes. Alistair Hugenbosom leading them out by 3 or 4 bike lengths as they come around the left-hander turn 7 into turn 8, Nana's corner. It is Alistair Hugenbosom by 3 or 4 bike lengths, but being closed down by Cormac Buchanan. Cormac's bike lacking the speed down the straight of the thousands, but absolutely nimble and precision control as they come through the double left-hander. And look at Cormac Buchanan close up as they come through there. I've never seen anyone ride through that section so fast. That is amazing to watch the gap that he's closing down. And again, at the end of this lap, virtually right on top of Alistair Hugenbosom. Now, last lap he stuffed it up the inside of him coming through here. What's he going to do? Is he just going to hook into the back? He's going for the big run. He knows he doesn't have the speed down the straight. Goes for the big run around the sweeper to maintain as much corner speed as he can. And here comes Dale Finch having a dive at him into turn 1. He's not going to pull it off. Cormac Buchanan later on the brakes. Brakes really, really hard for turn 2, and it is still Cormac Buchanan. But watch Dale Finch as he gets a good run on him down through here. Cormac Buchanan, though, not prepared to let him through. absolutely dives across the front of him through link kink, and it's all about the horsepower as they come down the chute into Euromark corner. But again, Cormac Buchanan carrying such corner speed that the power of the 1000 just can't catch him. Alistair Hugenbosen, though, making a bit of a break for it out the front. He's now pulled out just over a 1 second gap, and that's going to be really, really hard for Cormac Buchanan to close down. However, two separate races, two separate classes. Alistair Hugenbosen leading Formula 1 from Dale Finch, P2 in Formula 1, and Aaron Scott, P3 in Formula 1. Cormac Buchanan running second position on the track, but P1 in Formula 2, ahead of Dan Jenkins, number 16, P2 in Formula 2, followed by John Lowther, number 43, P3 in Formula 2. Jacob Pearce, number 54, P4 in Formula 2. Michael Goldsworthy, P5 in Formula 2. Carl Wahoo, P5 in Formula 1, and John Webster, P6 in Formula 1. Now, John's riding an Aprilia RSV4, ex-Isle of Man bike. It's John's first year racing, and making good accomplishments of himself, showing that it's okay to start racing late and learn as you go. And his times are definitely improving over the course of the weekend. But Alistair Hugenbosen, a 1:31.958 from Cormac Buchanan, a 1:32.919. Dale Finch, 1:32.846, but still not enough to peg back Cormac Buchanan, who is holding him off. And it looks like Dale wasn't able to get through into the hairpin either. Has another look at Cormac into the right-hander, but again, the nimbleness of the 600 from Cormac Buchanan just closes the door across the top of Dale Finch. And as they roll into Nanas, it is Alistair Hugenbosen with a 1.6 second lead over Cormac Buchanan and Dale Finch. Ultimately, though, Dale knows that he doesn't have to pass Cormac Buchanan. He will still finish second in the race. However, the true racer spirit showing that it's not about where you finish in the race, it's about where you finish on the track, and Dale does not want to finish third on the track. He certainly doesn't want to be beaten by a bike with only 60% of the capacity. However, no embarrassment to be beaten by a rider the level of Cormac Buchanan, Moto3 superstar. And here we go, here's the horsepower. There it goes, a big look sideways from Dale Finch and a shake of the head as he goes past Cormac Buchanan. And the shake of the head was man, what are you doing? You are fast. Absolutely brilliant riding. Great to see two riders able to communicate as they're blasting down the straight at those sort of speeds. And that has released Dale Finch. Now he's able to use the horsepower of the 1000 without having to brake a bit earlier to compensate for the lesser power of Cormac Buchanan's 600. But don't think that Cormac's going to give this up by any stretch of the imagination. You'll watch the 1000 of Dale Finch gap him as they come down this little section, but watch Cormac Buchanan come back at them as they come through the Nanas and through the infield section into the Parks Towing S's. Watch for Cormac Buchanan to close up the gap through there. Alistair Hugenbosen has a sizable lead though, just over 2 seconds, although that lead will start tumbling as Dale Finch starts to close down. However, we are running out of laps. We're on lap 4 of a 6-lap race. So here's Alistair Hugenbosen coming into the dipper with Dale Finch following, and Cormac Buchanan right on Dale Finch's tail. Now Cormac's really, really fast through the CMG sweeper. Is he going to be able to make the move, or is he just going to settle? I wouldn't imagine Cormac Buchanan would be settling for anything. He looks for the big run. He's tucked right in the draft, and this is where the horsepower shows, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Bike length after bike length. 10 metres, 20 metres, 30 metres. And then watch it concertina back up. 30, 20, 15. Great riding by Alistair Hugenbosen at the head of the field, though, rolling around in a best time of a 1:31.9, a couple of seconds off lap record pace, but it doesn't matter today. It's all about where you are on the track, not the lap record. Great riding from Alistair Hugenbosen in first place, with Dale Finch in second, both riding Yamaha R1s. Cormac Buchanan on a Yamaha R6, The first non-Yamaha in this race would be Dan Jenkins on a Triumph 675, followed by Aaron Scott on an Aprilia RSV4, then Warren Hudson, another R1, John Lowther an R6, Jacob Pearson R6. So heavily contested on the Yamahas here in the South Island. And here we go again. Here's Cormac Buchanan having another look at Dale Finch as they come through the double left into the dipper. He has a look left on the outside. He has a look right on the inside. Is he going to go for the dive? He rides right across the top of him, right across the top of Dale Finch as they come through into the final corner. And he is going to lead it home. Now, does he have the horsepower to hold off Dale Finch for the second place on the track? I think he does. I think he does. No, here comes Dale Finch. It's go! And it was Dale Finch. Oh my goodness, by .004. Absolutely brilliant riding by Cormac Buchanan. You couldn't do more than that on a 600 against those thousands. He did everything he could to pull that gap. Brilliant riding by Alistair Hugenbosen to take first place in Formula One, Dale Finch. Second place, Formula One, Aaron Scott. Third place, Formula One, Warren Hudson. Fourth place, Formula One. Cormac Buchanan, first place, Formula 2. Dan Jenkins, second place, Formula 2. And it will be John Lowther in third place, Formula 2, followed home by Jacob Pearce in fourth place for Formula 2. Good ride from Jacob. Jacob hasn't ridden all year. He's been doing father duties. His wife had a baby no more than a couple of months ago, so concentrating on the family life for a wee while for Jacob. So there goes Michael Goldworthy coming across the line to finish his Formula 2 race. And there's Carl Wahoo. Carl riding a GSXR 750, so a bit short on power compared to the thousands and carrying a wee bit more weight compared to the 600s. So a difficult bike to ride in the superbike class, but very, very well ridden nonetheless. And there's John Webster crossing the line, a 1:47.508. So John's best time of that race, 1:47.055. It's a pretty good time for a guy who's only ridden here once before. So very happy to see John progressing. And John will be back in a couple of weeks' time for the Have a Go Day. And then again for the NZSBK. So up next we have 150 Supersport. And this was an extremely exciting race to call yesterday despite the small field. Absolutely brilliant riding from all of the competitors in the 150 Supersport class this weekend. So keep an eye out for Deegan Nolan, age 14, riding a Yamaha R15 by TR20. Deegan sponsored by TR20, Rider Racing, Dentures Plus, ASP, and Birch Ave Radiators. Jack Clapham, bike number 49, age 16. Jack's coached and trained by Diego Petrucci, and you can see the effect that it's had on Jack this year. He's come along leaps and bounds, so if you want to improve your riding, if you want to learn something about cornering speed, have a chat to Diego Petrucci. You can find him on Facebook. Bike number 10, David Phillips. I'll call out your age, David, just to embarrass you a little bit. Younger than me, so don't feel too bad. David Phillips, age 54, riding a Suzuki RG150 from Canterbury. He's been racing for 8 years, and he started out helping a mate in the pits and decided that he actually wanted to have a crack at it himself. Good on you for having a go, David. Congratulations. Person worth mentioning, Ryder Chamberlain. I was blown away with Ryder Chamberlain's riding in the 150 Supersport. Absolutely outstanding riding today. It's a shame that it wasn't a New Zealand GP championship, because he thoroughly deserved one with that ride. However, first win for Ryder Chamberlain today, and many, many more to come, I'm sure. So Ryder Chamberlain, age 14, might have just turned 15. Sponsored by Chamberlain Suspension and Dad's bank account. Good on you, Dad. So he got into motorcycle racing because Dad got him into motorbikes and got him a KTM 50. Started riding when he was 5 years old and switched to road racing at 11. You can see that some of the advantage that the off-road riders have, they're used to the bikes moving around underneath them. They get a much earlier start in their racing career. Oh, and unfortunate. Jack Clapham late to the grid. And as per the rules, he has missed the cutoff. So he will be starting from the grid. However, it's a very, very small field showing itself. So he won't be too disadvantaged. And in fact, it looks like we may only have 3 starters in this class, ladies and gentlemen, which is a real shame. I will note that we have had a couple of crashes and lost a couple of riders over the course of the weekend. So a bit of a shame that we're down to limited numbers in this class. But it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. All that means is that the 3 riders will be very, very focused, because each one of them is going to pick up a podium. All that really matters is which one finishes where. So bike number 52, Ryder Chamberlain, pulls up into grid position 3. Bike number 38, Deegan Nolan, pulls into grid position 6. And bike number 49, Jack Clapham, has to wait until they're crossed past the exit to the pits before he can start. And they're away, and it's a good start from Ryder Chamberlain. Now we have to wait, and there we go, Jack Clapham's away. So not majorly disadvantaged, but loses 50 or 60 metres off the start. However, with such a small field, he will be able to pull in some lap time and pull in some gap. He's only got to work on his own personal speed. But look at Ryder Chamberlain, ladies and gentlemen. He's decided that he wants another win, and off he goes. He's got the bit between his teeth and he's feeling it. As they tip into link kink, it is Ryder Chamberlain. And look at the style that the young man's got. Very, very tidy and very, very smooth. Leaving the braking till the last minute. Absolutely dives it in on the brakes. Comes around the Euromark corner and up through the Wiggly S's to the Fulton Hogan right-hander. And look for the pass coming as they come out of the Euromark hairpin, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Jack Clapham coming past Deegan Nolan, and to be fair, we did expect to see that pass. But good on you, Deegan, for sticking with it and staying out there. Ryder Chamberlain to the front with a nice line coming out of Nana's, and a good run up into the right-hander. nice and tidy. It's a good flowing section through there, lots of S's. Nice and easy. So there we go, Ryder Chamberlain ahead of Jack Clapham and Deegan Nolan. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, at the close of the day, the Chris Amon bar will be open, so please come down to the prize giving. It'd be great to see you down there to support the winners of the trophies. Not forgetting that, of course, this is an official bona fide Grand Prix event, the first official Grand Prix event of the season. So isn't it great that New Zealand gets to run the first Grand Prix of the year? And there we go, Ryder Chamberlain going through with a 2:02.733. Just easing along, no need to be busting the pace when you've got this much of a gap. Jack Clapham going good on a 2:05.855. Of course, he would have been held up by sitting on the dummy grid for the start line. So let's not forget that this class, supported by KO New Zealand, KO New Zealand Mini GP is an entry-level starter class for all aspiring future world champions or just young road racers wanting to get involved in the sport. It caters for ages from 7 to 13 for juniors, but there's also adults that ride them. And if you noticed earlier in the day, you would have seen Harriet Grace out there in the training class, training Emma Charlotte on the KOs. But as we go back to the race, we have Ryder Chamberlain leading out by 6 or 7 seconds ahead of Jack Clapham. I think Ryder's showing a bit of a coming of age this weekend. Speaking to his dad, is absolutely blown away by the performance that Ryder's shown. And to be fair, so am I. 2 wins for the weekend would be something amazing for Ryder Chamberlain and a real boost to his self-belief and his ego. The interesting thing about motorcycle racing is you need a lot of self-belief. You need to believe that you deserve to win. You need to believe that you deserve to be out there. Once you achieve that first win, you need to believe it wasn't a fluke and you can do it again. And here we have Ryder Chamberlain proving it wasn't a fluke and proving he can do it again. And in fact, he's out there busting out a 1:58.325, which is a good lap time. And I've got to say, a couple of meetings ago, that would have been just about within his personal best. I think his personal best was a 1:57.6 prior to this weekend, where he bumped it down to a 1:55 with some really, really good riding on Saturday. So Ryder Chamberlain showing that you can improve as the day goes on, as the weekend goes on. Taking home a couple of very creditable first places. Jack Clapham. Jack's rode extremely well this weekend. Unfortunate that he had a pit lane start, but shows the importance of being out on time when you're called. Sometimes it is a little hard to hear the calls, I will acknowledge that, but it is the rider and the team's responsibility to be at the dummy grid when they are called. It is not up to the officials to go chasing team members or riders. So Ryder Chamberlain, couple of laps down, a couple of laps to go. And here comes Ryder across the finish line to complete lap number 3. And look at the advantage down the straight, virtually the length of the straight, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Jack Clapham. So Ryder Chamberlain went through last time The previous lap was a 1:58.3. This one a 1:58.284. That's pretty consistent. You just keep chipping away like that, Ryder. That's the way. Jack Clapham, a good time, a 2:01.467. And Deegan Nolan improving as the weekend goes on as well with a 2:07.941. So good to see everyone progressing in their lap times over the weekend. Some great racing and some great riding had by some great riders. Fantastic skill level shown right across all of the classes, and crashes kept to an absolute bare minimum. So I'd like to thank all the officials, the flaggies, Motorsport Rescue, the ambulance crews. Without all of you, we would not be able to run these events, and we truly appreciate the effort that you've all put in. So there we go, Ryder Chamberlain running around in a lonely race. It must just feel like a training session for him. Cruising around trying to put in good lap times. Hard to argue with 1:58.2 on a Supersport 150. I was talking to some road riders earlier today and they were asking me what fast was around here. My answer is pretty basic. If you can do under 2 minutes around here on your 600cc Supersport bike with road tyres on, you are going extremely fast as a road rider. So if you can do the same lap time on a 150cc bike, you are going extremely fast. No power down the straights, just corner speed, and still doing the same lap times as a 600. So there we go, Ryder Chamberlain coming through, this time in a 1:58.7, again another 1:58. That's 3 in a row. That is consistency, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what it takes to win races. You don't have to win at the highest pace, you just have to win with consistency. Deegan Nolan again, pushing forward, pushing on his lap times, down to a 2:06.077. That's a good lap time for Deegan. He's doing very, very well, young man all the way from Hokitika. So here we go as we come around again for one more lap. Ryder Chamberlain absolutely showing the way. No mercy. Here he comes down the straight. And the checkered flag is shown and he sits up proud and happy. Ryder Chamberlain rolls around on the final lap with a 1:59.2. Smiling and waving to the fans, absolutely stoked with his effort today. That is 2 wins for Ryder Chamberlain. I'm sure his parents will be absolutely over the moon. And there we go, there's Jack Clapham crossing the line in P2. And following that we will have Deegan Nolan, all the way from the West Coast. Sponsored by TR20, Ryder Racing, Express, Dentures Plus ASP and Birch Ave Radiators. Congratulations, Deegan Nolan. Here he comes down the straight. Give him a clap and a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely brilliant. So that concludes the 150 Supersport class, supported by KO New Zealand. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of racing, we do have the prize giving down in the Chris Amon club rooms. down at the eastern end of the track, the entrance to the pit lane. There'll be nice cold beverages. Please hang around for the prize giving, if you can. We do understand that people travelled from far and wide to get here, and that tomorrow is a work day, beginning of the work year for a lot of people. But if you can stay, please, we ask that you do. Come and support those riders that have won their classes, won their trophies and won their cups. So I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance today. I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance today, the riders, the helpers, the crews, the mechanics, the spectators, the motorsport rescue team, the ambulance officers, the volunteers and everyone who's helped make this event a great success. Thank you all, and look forward to seeing you at the prize giving in the Chris Amon Club Rooms at the completion of this event. And don't forget, spectators are welcome to come along as well. Always great to have a chat to the spectators, the supporters. Always welcome to come along and join the festivities. So thank you much for your attendance, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ian Templeton, and I've been your commentator for this weekend. Look forward to seeing you all back next time.